Chapter 217. It's a draw silence. The entire place turned silent. Everyone's mouth was widened in astonishment, all of them dumbfounded. Xin Bairu, who just claimed that Wang Ying would lose, felt as though she had been slapped hard in her face. Her deep, black eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. A single kick, and she sent Du Lei flying? How? How did she know which were shadow clones, and which was the real one? Given Du Lei's speed, even expert cultivators of the same realm would find it hard to discern the real person. Yet, a casual kick from Wang Ying sent him flying a distance, as though she was simply kicking a mere human bound in a sack. Not only does she have to differentiate between the shadow clones and the true person, the speed of her kick must be that much faster than Du Lei. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to injure him if her attacks are unable to keep up with him. Han Xiong's face turned grim. It appears that not only has Wang Ying's injury recovered, she had also learned an incredible leg technique and movement technique. Indeed, Xin Bairu also recovered from her shock. This wasn't just a matter of seeing through the enemy's movement technique. Without suitable battle techniques in complement, how could she have sent him flying that easily? Wang Chao grabbed his hair. He had just insulted the other party as a fool, and the next moment, she sent Du Lei flying with a kick. Wang Chao felt as though he had been toyed with. Just beside him, Elder Hong Hao looked as though he had been given a tight slap as well, and he was on the verge of tears. Initially, he was here to see Zhang Xian get humiliated in public. Yet, somehow, he ended up watching how Zhang Xian's reputation grew increasingly brilliant and Lu Sun getting beaten so terribly instead. Cough, cough, cough. On the side of the dueling ring, Lu Sun choked on his saliva and nearly fell to the ground. Elder Hong Hao was on the verge of tears, but Lu Sun was already crying. What exactly is going on? That is the illusory shadow's 9 celestial steps, and there was no mistake in Du Lei's execution at all. Even though Du Lei is still a way off from reaching his level of mastery, to be able to display this kind of mastery at Zhenqi realm, he can already be considered as a genius. Such amazing execution of a formidable movement technique, and yet Du Lei was sent flying with a single kick? More importantly, the girl on the stage had reddened eyes, and she kept apologizing, saying that she had accidentally used too much force. Too much force your head. So the reason why you were hesitating wasn't that you were at a loss, but you were considering how to avoid wounding the other party heavily? If holding back your strength sent the other party flying a dozen meters, wouldn't he be killed if you had used your full strength? The spectators all went hysterical. On the stage, Du Lei finally struggled to his feet. Looking at the apologetic girl before him, he couldn't take the mental blow and spurted another mouthful of blood. Are you all right? I really didn't do it intentionally. I just learned the battle technique, so I can't control my strength well and used too much force. Wang Ying's eyes turned red. Used too much strength your head. Roaring, Du Lei charged toward Wang Ying. He was truly enraged. It is one thing if you had sent me flying with a single kick, but apologizing? Are you trying to humiliate me? Furthermore, she kept emphasizing that she had used too much force. Do you think that I am too fragile, not worthy of facing you at your full strength? Wang Ying didn't expect that her sincere apology would result in the other party charging toward her. She was frightened pale. Even though her cultivation is higher than Zheng Yang and Lu Yang, she doesn't have much battle experience. Not to mention, she has an excessively kind nature. Seeing the other party charge toward her, she naturally became terrified. In a moment of panic, she retreated thoughtlessly. Magically, within the blink of an eye, she was already a dozen meters away. What? Traveling a dozen meters in the blink of an eye? Wah! What is that movement technique? Too fast. How can this be possible? Upon witnessing the maneuver, the crowd turned silent abruptly for a brief moment before bursting into an uproar. Everyone had considered the illusory shadow's 9 celestial step to be already one of the most formidable movement technique. Yet, to think that Wang Ying's technique would be even more fearsome. To travel more than a dozen meters in less than half a breath, the entire event felt like a supernatural occurrence. Even Pishue realm experts are incapable of such speed. How did she do it? It is impossible for the Wang clan to possess such a movement technique. If they had it, they would have long become famous. Indeed. But if it isn't the Wang clan, from whom did she learn the technique? It must be Zhang Laoshi. Didn't Zheng Yang's formidable spear art come from Zhang Laoshi as well? To impart such an incredible movement technique so readily? If that's true, I want to withdraw from my tutelage and come under Zhang Laoshi. Count me in as well. The eyes of the spectators burned with passion. Spear art is a specialized art, and not everyone is interested in it. However, movement techniques are different. This can serve as a mean of survival, as well as a trump card. If one can master it, even when facing an expert far superior to them, he will at least have the ability to flee unharmed. Who wouldn't want to learn such a powerful and handy battle technique? I will defeat you. Seeing Wang Ying travel a dozen meters in the blink of an eye, Du Lei felt faint. However, rage had already overtaken his rationality, and without any care, he charged forward once more. Seeing the other party's savage expression, as well as the crimson blood flowing down the ends of his lips, Wang Ying felt terrified. Her legs pushed against the ground, and she fled once more. Just like that, one chased while one fled. Seems that her character is simply too weak. I will have polish up her personality in the future. Taking in the sight before him, Zhang Xian shook his head. If met with this situation, putting Xingyang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao aside, even Zhao Yu would have immediately sent Du Lei flying. Even if he didn't die, he would find to stand up once more. But Wang Ying, on the other hand, fled from him. It was due to her weak personality which led to such a situation. It seems that her greatest flaw isn't her cultivation or her battle technique, but her battle experience. Heaven's path movement art saps one's stamina greatly. It might be okay to execute it once or twice, but any more than that would be difficult. Heaven's path movement art allows one to move at amazing speeds and travel a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Even so, it has its own flaws. That is, it exerts greatly on one's stamina. Wang Ying might be able to escape like this once or twice, but she will eventually be caught by the enemy if this goes on. And as Zhang Xian expected, Wang Ying started sweating profusely and panting heavily, unable to move anymore. At this moment, she had also been forced to the corner of the ring by the other party. Voila! Du Lei ran forward and grabbed her arm. Even if I can't win, I won't allow you to win. Roaring, he leaped forward, pulling her along with him. You! Not expecting that the other party would resort to such tricks, forcefully pulling her out of the ring. Wang Ying panicked and sent another kick toward him. Who? As though a rubber ball, Du Lei was immediately sent flying. In the midair, he was unable to keep his balance and flipped several turns before landing at a distance 30 meters away. Putong. However, right after kicking the other party, Wang Ying, having drained the final bit of stamina she had left, fell from the dueling ring as well. Both parties had fallen from the dueling ring and landed on the ground at nearly the same moment. As such, the conclusion was a draw. Du Lei knew that he would be unable to defeat Wang Ying in a straightforward battle. As such, he charged forward ferociously, pulling her down with him. However, Wang Ying's counterattack was also fearsome. Having sent the other party flying 30 meters away, even if Du Lei doesn't die, he would be confined to his bed for at least 2 months. This is cheating. Too shameless. He obviously isn't a match for her, yet he tried to pull the other party down to the ground. He deserves that kick. How can one be so shameless? He's even worse than Yuan Tao. A commotion broke out beneath the stage. Everyone could tell that Du Lei's action was no different from shameless cheating. While the teachers' reputations are at stake, the teacher evaluation is actually just a friendly spar between students. It was clear that his movement technique and leg technique were inferior to the other party, yet he forcefully used his superior strength, as a male, to drag the other party down with him. In their eyes, it was an exceedingly shameless action. Thus, everyone thought that he deserved to be sent flying. There wasn't a single person who felt sympathy for him. Hearing those curses, Yuan Tao became speechless. He hadn't said anything. So why did he suddenly get targeted as well? Who are you saying is shameless? You're the one who is shameless. Your entire family is shameless. Both landed on the ground at the same time. Draw? Hearing the arguments, the refereeing teacher began to feel a headache. Even so, he nodded his head and announced his verdict. Even though Du Lei's actions lacked sportsmanship, it was true that the both parties had landed at the same time, so the match could only be considered as a draw. Teacher. Upon hearing the conclusion, Wang Ying turned to look at Zhang Xian with an apologetic look. Zhang Laosher had given her so much, treating her legs and imparting her a leg technique and movement technique. Yet, she wasn't able to defeat her opponent and bring honor to Zhang Laosher. She felt as though she had disappointed him. Don't worry, just take note of this in the future. Don't let it bother you. Zhang Xian nodded his head. It is negligence on my part as well. What you're lacking isn't your cultivation or your battle techniques, it is your character. Thank you, teacher. Seeing that Zhang Laosher didn't blame her, and on the contrary, he even consoled her, Wang Ying felt even more embarrassed. However, the result couldn't be changed, so she could only walk gloomily over to the other students. If Du Lei saw her expression, he would have gone insane immediately. Your kick caused me to be groaning in pain here, unable to move at all, yet you are feeling depressed. The one who should be depressed is me. Zhang Laosher won 2 consecutive rounds and achieved a draw for one. It is already impossible for him to lose the teacher evaluation anymore. Indeed, even if Lu Laosher wins the next 2 rounds, it would only result in a draw. Let's see how things unfold. I don't think that Lu Laosher's students stand a good chance against the other remaining students of Zhang Laosher. I think so too. Initially, I thought that Zhang Laosher would suffer a crushing defeat. Yet, to think that Lu Laosher would be the one under pressure. What is going on? Even though they felt that Du Lei's actions were too shameless, they quickly accepted and got over that fact. This was how the rules were. Even though it seemed unfair, there was nothing they could do about it. But here comes the problem. Of the 5 duels, Zhang Laosher had achieved 2 wins and 1 draw, so all of the pressure is now on Lu Laosher. If Lu Laosher were to lose the next match, there would be no need for the 5th one. On the other hand, if Lu Laosher were to win the remaining 2, it would be a draw for the teacher evaluation. This would be the best possible conclusion, given how both sides would retain their dignity. Upon thinking so, the crowd focused their gazes on Lu Sun immediately, interested to see who he would send out next. I can't lose anymore. I started this teacher evaluation to display my skills, and if I were to lose another round, I will be too embarrassed to meet anyone in the future. Lu Sun gritted his teeth. Since the crowd was able to comprehend the current situation, it was natural that Lu Sun would understand it as well. If he were to lose, not only would he lose the reputation that he had painstakingly built up, he might even become a laughingstock. Zhu Hong had once lost to Zhao Ye. Even though his cultivation has improved, he might still hold a trauma over that event. If I were to send him out, I can't guarantee his victory. I should have Bai Chao go up. He specializes in fist techniques, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Lu Yang. Making up his mind, Lu Sun beckoned. Bai Chao stood out from the crowd and took big steps to the dueling ring. It's my turn. Upon seeing Bai Chao walk up to the stage, Lu Yang chuckled softly. Before Zhang Xian could say anything, he had already stepped into the ring to face his opponent. Chapter 218. Exchanging fists at the VIP seats. Wang Chao and Elder Hong Hao gazed at each other. Bai Chao specializes in fist technique. Lu Yang shouldn't be an opponent for him. Wang Chao hesitated. Even though he said such words, he clearly wasn't confident. In the previous few matches, he had declared haughtily that Lu Sun's students would win, but in the end, all of them lost tragically. This Bai Chao, based on Wang Chao's understanding, should be able to win easily, but Zhang Xian's students were simply unfathomable. All of his previous predictions had fallen through, and he had lost all his confidence. I think so too. He should be able to win. Elder Hong Hao was dispirited as well. He wanted to witness this Zhang Laosher being humiliated in public and lose all of his dignity. Yet, from the looks of it, it is impossible to humiliate him anymore. At this moment, all he can do is to try his best to preserve his own dignity. Bai Chao, don't hesitate at all. Once the match starts, use your strongest fist technique. Don't give the other party any gaps to exploit. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chao shouted to Bai Chao. There is no room to retreat now. If this match were to end in a loss, there wouldn't be a final match. Thus, all they can do now is to entrust all of their hopes and expectations to Bai Chao and hope that he will not let them down. Bai Chao specializes in fist techniques, and it would be best for him to execute his strongest technique from the start and defeat his opponent swiftly. Otherwise, while he enters with huge expectations, he will leave with utmost disappointment and his good buddy will lose all chance to impress the three master teachers and become one of their disciples. Bai Chao nodded his head and stared at Lu Yong with narrowed eyes. He had seen the happenings of the previous duels clearly. He understood that even though Zhang Laosher's students didn't possess high cultivation, none of them was weak. He mustn't show the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, history would just repeat itself. Clan head Wang Hong, do you think that Bai Chao can win? On the spectator stand, clan head Bai Ming glanced at Wang Hong. As the heads of powerful clans and as Tongxian realm experts, their words were authoritative. I don't think so. Zhang Laosher has already achieved 2 wins and 1 draw, and this should affect the Bai Chao's morale greatly. As long as Lu Yong doesn't fare badly, it is unlikely for him to win. Wang Hong shook his head. The teacher evaluation was already more than halfway through, and all along, Lu Laosher's students had been suffering from crushing defeats. It wouldn't be easy for him to rebound and achieve victory. Besides, his very own daughter was under Zhang Laosher's tutelage and thus, he understood how fearsome the theories Zhang Xian taught were. Otherwise, how could that airhead daughter of his have easily sent the fighter 3 Dan Du Lei flying with a kick? If even her could become so formidable, it would be impossible for Lu Yong to be weak. My view differs from yours, Bai Ming said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Oh. Wang Hong looked over curiously. This Bai Chao is a member of my Bai clan. However, he is from a distant branch family, so I had never really heard of him. I've had a few of my clan members look into him just a moment ago, and it turns out that he practices the steel armor art. Even though he was the one speaking, a tinge of disbelief could still be heard in clan head Bai Ming's voice. Steel armor art? Could it be? For a moment, clan head Wang Hong was puzzled. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that cultivation technique which the steel armor elder practices? Isn't it a lost art? Why does your clan member know of it? Very few people knew of the steel armor art, but the steel armor elder was a famous figure, such that even many of the younger generation had heard of him. He was a famous bandit from 70 years ago. From pillaging to slaughter, there was no evil which he hadn't commit. Furthermore, he was one of the top-ranking experts in Tianxian Kingdom throughout all of its history, and even today, his name still strikes fear in hearts. Due to his arrogant ways, both the royal palace and the commoners had tried repeatedly to bring him down. However, all of these attempts ended in failure. It could be said that those who had gone after him never returned back. Finally, there was an occasion when his whereabouts were discovered, and a dozen experts trapped him in a valley. Knowing of his incredible prowess, none of them approached him. Rather, they made use of bows to attack him from afar. Yet, they realized with a shock that there was a layer reminiscent of animal scales on his skin surface, causing all of the arrows they shot to simply bounce off him. That is to say, the arrows were unable to deal any damage to him. Left with no choice, they could only charge forth to deal with him in close quarters. However, the layer of scales on his body seemed to be impenetrable. Even swords and sabers were unable to get through it. That battle created a river of blood, and the skies seemed to have darkened in grief. Eventually, even though justice triumphed, more than 30 Tongxian realm experts fell that day. This caused Tianxian Kingdom's national might to fall markedly, and it took them many decades to recover from that blow. According to rumors, the technique which allowed the steel armor elder to generate scales all over his body was known as the steel armor art. But 70 years ago, when the steel armor elder died, the art should have been lost along with him. Thus, Wang Hong was perplexed over how Bai Chao managed to learn the art. It is true that the steel armor art had been lost, and the technique which Bai Chao cultivated isn't the authentic steel armor art, Bai Chao said calmly. Then, clan head Wang Hong blinked. After cultivating the steel armor art, scales will appear all over one's body, providing one with invincible defense. On the other hand, Bai Chao's technique limits the scales to only his fist. That is to say, when he activates this cultivation technique, his fist will become as tough as steel, making it no different from a weapon. Clan head Bai Ming spoke of all he knew and explained the reason why he thought Bai Chao would win. Liu Yang's right arm is injured, and this fellow's offensive ability, in terms of his fist, is invincible. Furthermore, his strength is significantly higher than that of Liu Yang. How can Liu Yang win under such circumstances? If the technique Bai Chao cultivates is really the steel armor art, then it will be truly difficult for Liu Yang to win. Clan head Wang Hong's complexion darkened. Those who know of this dark piece of history and how powerful the steel armor elder was would know how fearsome the steel armor art is. This art surpasses the very limits of a human, granting one the strength and defensive ability of a savage beast. Putting aside the fact that Liu Yang is injured, even if he isn't, how is it possible for him to withstand attacks of that level? Actually, as long as Liu Yang isn't foolish so as to cross fists with him and instead skirt around his opponent, he might not lose that badly. After contemplating for a moment, clan head Wang Hong said, even though the other party's fists are incredible, he has his own flaws as well. His defensive and offensive ability in other regions are weak. If so, as long as Liu Yang doesn't face off with him directly and skirts around the opponent, sending in blows on the opponent's body from time to time, he might not necessarily lose. Let's just hope that's the case. I'm just worried that Liu Yang may not know of this and fall for Bai Chao's ploy. Clan head Bai Ming smiled bitterly. Even though Bai Chao is a member of his clan, he isn't really close to him. On the contrary, he hoped for apothecary Zhang Xian's victory. Clan head Wang Hong was about to say something when he suddenly heard the conversation between the two young men in the dueling ring. Liu Yang, I know that the meridians of your right arm are damaged. However, just like Wang Ying, Zhang Laoshi should have treated it already, right? Bai Chao asked. Indeed, Zhang Laoshi managed to identify my problem and personally went to the apothecary guild to obtain a meridian rejuvenation pill for me. At this moment, my right arm has already fully recovered. Liu Yang nodded his head. His face clearly showed his reverence and pride for his teacher. Only a noble person like Zhang Laoshi will give so much for his students, even if he will receive little in return. Since your arm has already recovered, I have a proposal for you. Let's stop it with all the tricks and cross blows directly. Whoever fails to withstand the blow loses. Bai Chao sneered coldly. Don't tell me that you dare not to unless your Zhang Laoshi failed to treat your arm at all, and all you've just said was still boasting. Let's cross blows then. Do you think that I'll be afraid of you? Hearing the other party doubt Zhang Laoshi, Liu Yang flew into a rage. That fool. Watching his worries slowly becoming reality, that Liu Yang fell for Bai Chao's ploy. Wang Hong's complexion immediately turned awful. The other party practices the steel armor art, agreeing to exchange direct blows. Isn't that suicidal? Tell Zhang Laoshi that Bai Chao cultivates the steel armor art and that his fist is as hard as steel, and to not allow Liu Yang to cross blows with him no matter what. He hurriedly instructed a guard behind him. The guard nodded his head and hurried over to Zhang Xian in order to inform him of the matter. Zhang Laoshi, I've heard of steel armor art. It is said to be the secret art which the steel armor elder practices. By soaking one's hands in the blood of a steel armor beast, as time goes by, one's hands become as hard as steel. However, this causes the hands to lose their flexibility and sense of touch. Zhao Ye seemed to know a lot about the steel armor art and explained to Zhang Xian, as hard as steel? What's the difference between doing that and wearing a steel gauntlet? Zhang Xian was speechless. Cultivation in itself is an evolution of life. The stronger one becomes, the stronger the opponents he would have to face, and the more nimble he has to be. Yet, this fellow forged his hands into steel, losing his sense of touch as a result. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique is, this is a fatal weakness. How perverted does one have to be in order to create such a warped cultivation technique? Zhang Laoshi, our clan head instructed me to tell you to stop Liu Yang from crossing blows with Bai Chao at all costs. Seeing how the two were still in the mood to discuss the steel armor art, the guard panicked and hurriedly interjected. Stop him from crossing blows with Bai Chao? Why? Zhang Xian asked, perplexed. I think it is good that Liu Yang agreed to it. No matter what, Bai Chao is a fighter 3-dan cultivator, and with the augmentation from his Zhenqi, regardless of whether it is his reaction speed or his agility, they are significantly superior to Liu Yang's. Even if he can't defeat Liu Yang, he can easily escape from his attacks. If it really ends up like this, the battle can potentially drag on for more than a day. Crossing blows like that can help to make up for Liu Yang's weaknesses, so why should I stop him? This was just like the battle between Yuan Tao and Kong Jie. It was an unchangeable fact that Liu Yang and the others possessed lower cultivation than their opponents. If their opponents were to choose to take evasive measures, they would truly be in a rut. Since Bai Chao had decided to go head-on with Liu Yang, there was no reason for Zhang Xian to disagree. The guard was about to go crazy. This isn't the problem, all right? Haven't I phrased it out clearly for you? The cultivation technique the other party cultivates is the steel armor art. That is a fist that rivals steel. It is impossible for Liu Yang to win in a direct confrontation of fists. He was about to persuade Zhang Xian when he glanced at the dueling platform and saw two figures moving about. The battle had already begun. It was already too late for Zhang Xian to interfere. Since you're agreeable to it, let's begin. Seeing that Liu Yang had fallen for his ploy, Bai Chao roared excitedly, stepped forward, and sent a fist toward him. Boom! The might of the fist compressed the air, causing a sonic boom. Just like the legend said, tiny scales could be seen on the surface of his fist, and the fist appeared to be the knuckle of a savage beast rather than a human's, emanating a bizarrely intimidating aura. It's good that you decided to face me head-on. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and faced Bai Chao's strike with his own fist. He's doomed. He didn't expect that the guard he dispatched would fail to stop the spar between the two. Clan head Wang Hong's face paled and his body swayed from side to side. How can a human's fist match up to a savage beast's? Furthermore, Liu Yang's cultivation is far beneath that of Bai Chao's. Wang Hong sighed and shut his eyes, not wanting to see Liu Yang fracture his arm and fall tragically in defeat. But at that moment, he heard clan head Bai Ming's hastened breathing and his abrupt exclamation, This. Chapter 219. Do you dare to accept our challenge? Huh. Sensing that something was amiss, clan head Wang Hong quickly opened his eyes to take a look. With just a single glance, his body swayed and he nearly passed out. Isn't this way too exaggerated? On the dueling platform, Liu Yang's fist was raised and his face was impassive. On the other hand, Bai Chao, who possessed the fist of steel, was kneeling on the ground. Perspiration was streaming down his forehead. At this moment, his arm had been fractured, and his fingers were bent like twist breadsticks, as though they had encountered an indomitable force. Don't you cultivate the steel armor art? Why are you so weak? Retracting his fist, Liu Yang stared at Bai Chao in surprise. Because Zhao Yu was going to compete in the teacher evaluation, Yao Han took the liberty to look into their rivals beforehand and told him about this fellow's steel armor art and his ability to morph his fists into the claws of a savage beast. You knew. Bai Chao looked as though he had seen a ghost. He thought that the enemy had accepted his challenge due to his provocation, but it turned out that the other party already knew. It was him who was the foolish one who charged up to him knowing nothing at all. Of course I know. Liu Yang nodded his head. Then, with a bizarre expression, he asked, Isn't your steel armor art an impressive skill that can punch through even steel? Why is it so weak? Weak? Bai Chao was on the verge of tears. I'm not the one who's weak, it's you who is strong, all right? It's true that I can punch through metal, but that's only half a CUN. Given the strength behind your fist, you can probably punch through 2 to 3 CUN easily. 1 CUN equals 33 centimeters. I get it. You didn't use your full strength, right? Come, let's trade blows once more. After contemplating for a moment, Liu Yang's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the Heaven's Path fist art was no ordinary skill, he had no idea over how fearsome the technique truly was as he had been practicing it alone. Even when sparring with Zheng Yang and the rest, he dared not use his full strength for fear of injuring them. It isn't every day that he gets to meet with a fists expert, so how can he allow the opportunity to escape easily? Besides, he was still infuriated over how the other party tried to do him in. You wish to cripple me? Fine. I'll beat all of those thoughts out of you. No, I'll pass. Before Bai Chao could speak, he saw the young man before him clench his left fist and smash it into him. Gotcha. His left hand fractured as well. Wuru. Bai Chao began to have suicidal thoughts. Brother, only my right hand wields the strength of the steel armor art. My left hand is just an ordinary hand. Besides, I said that I'll pass. Why did you smash your fist into me? The excruciating pain caused his rage to flurry. Infuriated, he opened his mouth to curse the other party, but before he could say anything, the voice of the young man before him sounded once more. Ah, can it be possible that you have cultivated your steel armor art to your head as well? Come, let me give it a try. Pooh! Hearing those words, Bai Chao spurted out a mouthful of blood. A fracture can be healed, but if a hole were to be smashed into my brain, I will surely die for sure. I don't practice it with my head. Referee, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Afraid that the fellow before him will really test out his theory on his head, Bai Chao immediately retreated, howling frenziedly in fear. If only his parents had given him an additional mouth, he would have surely shouted even louder. Admit defeat? The refereeing teacher immediately stepped forward. Bai Chao hurriedly nodded his head. You've already lost 2 rounds. If you lose another, it will be equivalent to losing the entire teacher evaluation. The refereeing teacher said, I understand. I admit defeat. Bai Chao quickly shouted. A loss was much better than his death. All right. Hearing his words, the refereeing teacher knew the conclusion to the teacher evaluation. He could not help but shake his head before announcing, Bai Chao admits defeat. The teacher evaluation comes to an end and Zhang Xianlaosher is the victor. Zhang Laosher won? Incredible. Those students of his are truly incredible. Indeed, other than Yuan Tao, every single one of them is amazingly powerful. Zhang Yang's spear art, Wang Ying's movement technique and leg technique, and Zhang Yang's fists, all of them are fearsome. Just like us, they are all freshmen. For them to be so powerful, it must be Zhang Laosher's guidance. After the tournament comes to an end, I will definitely acknowledge him as my teacher. Wait for me. I'll go with you as well. Hearing the result announced by the refereeing teacher, the crowd broke out into a commotion. With Yao Han's hard work previously, Zhang Xian's reputation had gradually improved. Now witnessing the sight before them, every single of the students' faces were flushed with agitation. What is the purpose of coming to the academy? It is to find a good teacher. This Zhang Xianlaosher had utterly crushed Lu Sunlaosher right before their eyes. Just exactly how incredible are his teaching abilities? Many students had come to the same decision, and that is to come under this Zhang Laosher's tutelage the moment the freshman tournament comes to an end. He won. Just like that? While the students felt excitement, on the spectator's stand, Shan Bairu blinked her eyes in disbelief. Ever since her entry into the academy, she had viewed Lu Sun as her goal, always contemplating how she can surpass him. Yet, before she could succeed, a fellow who possesses poor reputation managed crushed him before her. This is Lu Sun. Furthermore, all of his students have reached Junshi realm. Shunbairu, you have truly good eyes. Right now, I am feeling a little interested in this Zhang Laosher as well. A gleam flashed across Han Xiong's enchanting eyes. Mind your status. What do you mean by interested? Hearing the words of her bosom friend, Shan Bairu frowned. It's exactly as it means. I'm interested in him. Say, if I were to consult this Zhang Laosher in the middle of the night, do you think he will open the doors to let me in? Han Xiong chuckled captivatingly. I think he will beat you death. Scolding her bosom friend shameless silently in her mind, Shan Bairu harumphed. Honestly speaking, she was at a loss for words for this bosom friend of hers. As a teacher, she could actually say such words. Consult? Why can't you consult in the morning? Why does it have to be at night? Hee hee. I think that you are the one who will beat me to death if I do that. Han Xiong chuckled. Just like that, the two women continued bickering at the direct center of the spectator stand. Did you see that? Lu Ling glanced at the other two. Lu Sun's students seemed to treat this competition as a mere task. It doesn't matter to them whether they win or lose. It is all fine as long as they do not get injured. Zhuang Xian's eyes glowed with wisdom as he spoke of his conclusion. From this, we can conclude that the relationship between him and his students are only at the level of a deal. Even though he had helped the latter raise their abilities, in their view, it was only a mere equivalent trade. Indeed, his motives for raising the abilities of his students are impure, so naturally, he is unable to earn the affection of his students. Zhang Fei shook his head. Master teachers don't just look for talent and teaching standards in potential apprentices, they also pay close attention to the affection his students have for him. Even though they had yet to see Zhu Hong's performance, judging from Kong Jie, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, and Bai Chao's attitude, they were able to notice something amiss. As Lu Sun was too focused on results and winning the teacher evaluation, he had neglected the emotions of his students. It was true that such focus would raise their cultivation greatly within the shortest period of time, and Lu Sun did succeed in lifting his students to become Zhenqi realm cultivators, but he failed to win their trust and respect. After all, who respects a person who treats them as a tool? Zhang Xian's students are different. They truly love him, and they are willing to give their all for him. Lu Ling nodded his head in agreement to his two friends' judgments. Just through this competition alone, they might not have been able to see this much. However, the past few days of peaking had given them a deep insight into the relationship between Zhang Xian and his students. Zhaoya, Wang Ying, and the others don't cultivate just for the sake of doing so, or to raise their abilities, but for a common goal in their hearts. And that is to bring honor to Zhang Laoshi, to give him the prestige he deserves. They are doing this for the sake for their teacher, not for their own benefits. Even though on both sides, the students were cultivating and raising their abilities, one faction was thinking of accomplishing a task, while the other was thinking of bringing honor to their teacher in order to make him proud of them. There was an insurmountable gap in their motivations. It is no wonder that he would catch Yang Shi's attention. This Zhang Laoshi is truly made to be a master teacher. It probably won't take long before he is of equal standing with us. Lu Ling commented in awe. Indeed. The other two also nodded their heads. Voila! The three were about to continue with their heartfelt sentiments when Lu Sun, who was located by the side of the dueling ring, stood up. After suffering a defeat at the teacher evaluation, he had two choices. He could apologize to Zhang Xian in public and compensate him according to the bet that they made beforehand. Otherwise, he could leave the academy once and for all. What do you think Lu Laoshi will choose? I don't know, but I think it is more likely for him to apologize. It is normal to lose. No one can guarantee that they can continue winning for their whole life. Indeed, losing isn't a big deal. If he were to really leave the academy, no matter how incredible of a star teacher he is now, he will fall into misfortune after losing his roots. The crowd spoke with hushed voices. It had been long since the last teacher evaluation. As the one who initiated it, Lu Sun suffered a crushing defeat. He must be feeling awful at the moment. Everyone wanted to see how he would choose. It wasn't anything much to apologize to Zhang Xian. However, if he were to choose to leave the academy, it would be a shame. Only with students can one be called a teacher. After leaving the academy and losing his students, how can he call himself a teacher? Furthermore, if he were to choose the latter, with a record of leaving Hongtian Academy and losing the teacher evaluation, it was unlikely that any other academy would accept him. Zhang Xian Laoshi. Stepping onto the center of the dueling ring, Lu Sun flung his sleeves and stood tall. Zhang Xian glanced over. I've lost the teacher evaluation. I admit you are capable of guiding your students, but in this world, strength nevertheless reigns supreme. No matter how good you are in teaching, without sufficient ability, will be unable to stand your ground. I want to challenge you. Lu Sun clenched his fists tightly in determination. His glowing acupoints displayed his formidable cultivation as a Pishue realm expert. At the same time, his powerful voice gushed into the heavens. Do you dare to accept my challenge? After expending so much effort and making such thorough preparations, he nevertheless lost so tragically. His pride no longer allowed him to remain in Hongtian Academy. But before leaving, he wanted to teach Zhang Xian a lesson. He wanted him to understand that everything else is fake. Only strength reigns supreme. You wish to challenge me? He didn't expect that the other party would make such a decision. Zhang Xian was about to continue speaking when Zhao Ye stepped forward and stood proudly in front of Zhang Xian, reminiscent of a goddess descending onto the mortal world. I will fight whoever who dares to insult my teacher. Who's with me? Me, 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 me. 4 consecutive sounds, and Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao stepped forward with firm resolutions. You have insulted our teacher. The 5 of us will challenge you to uphold his honor. Lu Sun, do you dare to accept our challenge? The voices of the 5 roared as though thunder, resounding across the entire academy, putting their lives on the line to uphold the honor of their teacher. This is the highest level of a teacher-student relationship, honor defend realm? Lu Ling's body trembled, and he abruptly stood up. Chapter 220. Reappearance of the Golden Book, honest and righteous mind, actions aligned with morals. A teacher has to be of such character before they can truly earn the respect and admiration of their students, such that they are willing to go through all sorts of trials to vie for the honor of their teacher and defend his name, even if it might spell their death. Zhuang Xian's lips trembled in disbelief. It said that only 4-star master teachers can reach this level, but despite saying he twice, he found himself unable to say a word after that. The situation before him was simply too astonishing. It was sufficient to make all ornate words lose their radiance. He had merely taught these students for half a month, and furthermore, he was absent for more than 10 days. That is to say, he had been with his students for at most only 4 to 5 days. Yet, his students are willing to defend his honor? How? How did he manage to do this? Zheng Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The students have to have a deep level of trust in their teacher before they will be willing to defend his honor. Looks like we have really underestimated this Zhang Xian Laoshi. Lu Ling sighed. Indeed, when I heard that Yang Shi had accepted him as his student, I was really disappointed. But from the looks of it now, it seems that even if he were to acknowledge us as his teacher, we won't have anything to impart to him. Zhuang Xian smiled bitterly. One has to be sufficiently knowledgeable in order to become another's teacher and to impart him knowledge. If one is inferior to his student, how can he guide the student? Previously, they thought that it was a pity that such a good bud had been claimed by Yang Shi, so they felt somewhat disappointed. However, upon seeing how the students whom Zhang Xian had taught for just half a month was willing to put themselves on the stake to defend Zhang Xian's honor, they felt embarrassed. To be able to induce such trust in their students such that they were willing to challenge one who was much stronger than them. Even the master teachers didn't think that they were capable of such feat. They felt that it was fortunate that they had failed to take him as their apprentice. Otherwise, given how the apprentice was even more incredible than the teacher, they would definitely die of shame. While the 3 master teachers felt embarrassed, a commotion had broken out at the spectators' stand. Everyone was staring dumbfounded. It is clear disrespect for a student to challenge a teacher, even asking him whether he dares to accept the challenge. This was extremely humiliating for Lu Sun. After losing his dignity in the teacher evaluation, he wanted to fix Zhang Laoshi to regain some of his honor. Yet, the other party students said that he wasn't fit to challenge their teacher, and he only could duel with them. However, while it felt exhilarating to do so, their actions were reckless. No matter what, they were only freshmen who had just joined the academy. Even if they had achieved significant breakthroughs in the past few days, they had only practiced for half a month. To challenge the academy's most famous celebrity teacher, not to mention that he is a dignified Pishue realm expert, how can they possibly win? Look at Zhao Ye. The crowd was thinking whether those students were putting themselves at too much risk by challenging Lu Sun when someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Upon hearing the shout, everyone's gazes immediately fell on the inexplicably enchanting lady. At this moment, the aura on her body felt like a sharp sword stabbing through the heavens, and the aura was growing stronger and sharper by the moment. Boom! While the aura shrouding her grew stronger, her physical body seemed to be going through a metamorphosis as well. She became visibly more beautiful and pure, as though a goddess. She is breaking through. Dantian Realm Pinnacle, Jinchi Realm Pinnacle, Pigu Realm Pinnacle? How is this possible? To break through so many realms in just a few breaths? How can one's cultivation soar that swiftly? Could it be that she has intentionally suppressed her cultivation in the past, or she intentionally kept herself from breaking through until now, pushing through in a single go so as to impress everyone? It's possible. Look, she has already reached Dingli realm. Looking at the Zhaoye on the stage, everyone felt like they were going mad. She was breaking through frenziedly. This. Upon seeing the sight, Zhu Hong fell to the ground. His lips turned pale in fright. He was hoping to cleanse himself of his humiliation the previous time, especially since he had reached Junchi realm. Yet, in the end, he didn't have any chance to get in the ring, and as such, he felt extremely indignant and unsatisfied. Thus, he was considering whether he should find another opportunity to find Zhaoye and the others on a private occasion to beat them up. However, upon seeing this sight, he suddenly realized how childish and laughable his thoughts were. It was fortunate that he didn't compete with her, otherwise, given Zhaoye's strength, wouldn't she smash him into a heap of flesh with a single blow? Too fearsome. How did Zhang Laoshe raise such a student? How did his students improve so swiftly? Eventually, Zhaoye's growth stopped at Dingli Realm Pinnacle. At the same time, Zhaoye seemed to have moved a single step closer to becoming a true goddess. Every single movement of hers exuded extreme grace and lithe, making her the center of attention. This is the result of the awakening of the purine body? City Lord Zhaofeng and butler Yao Han subconsciously widened their eyes and clenched their fists. Even though they already knew that Zhaoye had such a constitution, and Zhang Laoshe had specially prepared an unraveling pill for her to awaken her constitution, they didn't expect that it would be so fearsome and powerful. To raise one's cultivation from Dantian realm to Dingli realm pinnacle in a few moments. Zhaoye has truly met a good teacher. Recovering from the shock, City Lord Zhaofeng said. He had felt that he had failed in the responsibility of a father, being unable to see through her daughter's purine body and the agony she was going through. If not for meeting Zhang Laoshe, not only would she never experience such a rapid rise in cultivation, she would be tortured by this unique constitution of hers, causing her cultivation to stagnate. I've long heard that awakening a unique constitution would induce a qualitative change in one, causing one's cultivation to soar. I used to think that it was just nonsense, but from the looks of it, it seems like it is true. City Lord Zhao, you have a good daughter. In the future, our Tianxian kingdom will be relying on her to rise through the ranks. Sitting by the side, Emperor Shen Jue couldn't help but say. Emperor Shen Jue knew of Zhao Feng's arrival at the capital and his daughter's purine body. Initially, he thought that she would just be slightly more talented than the average, but never in his dreams did he expect that she would be so incredibly talented. In just half a month, she had evolved from a Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle to Fighter 5 Dan Dingli Realm Pinnacle. This is no longer about being a genius. At this rate, she is about to smash through the heavens. With such talents, she will definitely become a powerhouse. Perhaps, in the future, Tianxian Kingdom will be relying on this lady to usher in an era of prosperity. You dare to challenge me? Unaware of the shock running through the many minds present, witnessing how Zhang Xian's students stood in the way of his challenge, Lu Xun's face twitched. If he knew this would happen, he would have said nothing at all. What a dilemma. If he were to back down at this point, people will say that he is scared of them. On the other hand, if he pushes on, others will just think that he is bullying the weak. A victory will bring him no honor, and a loss would bring further humiliation. He felt so stifled that he was about to go crazy. That's right. Even if we can't defeat you, for the sake of Zhang Laoshe's honor, we won't regret anything. Zhaoye and the others declared with absolute resolution. Even the weak-minded Wang Ying didn't back down from this matter. Zhang Laoshe took a special existence in their hearts. Their tremendous efforts in the past few days were all to bring him honor. Today, the culprit who wanted to trample over his honor is right before them. They will never allow him to escape. Zhang Laoshe, allow us to return you justice. Zhang Laoshe, allow us to clear you of the ridicule and contempt the other party had shown you. Those kids, seeing their actions, even with Zhang Xian's strong mental fortitude, having reached the heart of tranquil water, his eyes still reddened. At the very start, The reason why he had accepted these students was so that he wouldn't be expelled from the school, in order to avert the first crises after his reincarnation. Yet, his seed that he had sowed had brought him an entire forest. He wasn't a skilled teacher, and he hadn't intentionally tried to move them either. All he did was to give his all to fulfill his responsibility, not wanting to let anyone down. Yet, what he received in return moved him to tears. He had often pondered whether what he was doing was worth it, but now, he realized that a human's heart can't be measured with gold or any other matter. Only when you treat them wholeheartedly will they treat you with equal sincerity. It isn't a matter of whether it is worth it or not, or whether he should do it or not. No wonder they were practicing an offensive formation. Most probably, even if Lu Sun didn't challenge me, they would still challenge him to a battle to get back at him in my stead. At this moment, he finally understood the reason behind the content he saw in the library previously. He felt moved. All along, he had been puzzled over why this bunch of fellows was practicing an offensive collaboration formation. Now, it is clear that they had been preparing for today. They had witnessed Lu Sun forcing the teacher evaluation on him, leaving him in a difficult position and soiling his reputation. Even if Lu Sun hadn't provoked Zhang Xian today, they would have definitely stepped forward, argued with the latter, and challenged him to a duel. Even though they knew that they weren't a match, even though they knew that what they were doing was suicidal, they nevertheless went on ahead with it. This all, just to protect their teacher's honor. These fellows, to think that, trembling in agitation, Zhang Xian tried his best to hold back his tears. I mustn't let them take the risk. Just when Zhang Xian was about to stand up and stop them, his mind suddenly jolted. On a bookshelf in the Library of Heaven's Path, the golden book appeared once more, and a new golden page was in it. This book, can it be that it is related to the student's gratitude? Seeing the book being formed, Zhang Xian was stupefied. He had no idea when the golden book was formed before, but this time, the golden book appeared when his students put themselves at stake for him. Could the golden book be related to his students? However, this thought disappeared as soon as it appeared. It wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters. Standing up, he was about to walk up to instruct his students to back off, when all of them turned around at the same time to look at him. Zhang Laoshi, this is a decision we made. We hope that you will not interfere. Zhao Ya's clear eyes looked forward. With a slight smile, her voice sounded loudly in the surroundings, and unwavering determination could be heard. You have given so much to us, we just want to give something to you in return. Also, we wish to display to everyone the results of your tutelage, so that everyone will know that your dignity cannot be trampled on, your honor cannot be sullied. Witnessing the determined and firm gazes of his students, Zhang Xian's body stiffened and he hesitated. We hope that teacher can agree to our selfish request. Zhao Ya clasped her hands. We hope that teacher can agree to our selfish request. The other four chorused after her. All right, be careful then. If you aren't a match for him, just admit defeat. Don't worry, your teacher is here. No one will dare to trample on me, and no one will be able to trample on me. With his both hands behind his back, Zhang Xian lifted his eyebrows. A powerful aura suddenly surged forth from his body, reaching even the heavens. Tables and chairs in the surroundings broke into smithereens under the pressure of the intense aura. Tongxian Realm, Pinnacle? A wave of exclamations sounded. Chapter 221. Coiling Dragon Hands. Complete silence. Everyone's eyes narrowed and their faces paled. Isn't Zhang Laoshi well known for being a trash of the academy? Didn't they say that his cultivation is low, and his ability to impart knowledge is lacking? Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. As an expert who can break through to achieve half-zongshi at any moment, he is nearly an invincible existence in Tianqian Kingdom. You call such a cultivation low? Are you kidding me? Looks like all of the previous news are true. He just wants to keep a low profile and doesn't want to expose his strength. I'm afraid only a person with such capability can groom students like Zhao Ya and Lu Yang. Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Even the principal doesn't wield such strength. Yet, such an expert is only a low-level teacher. The academy must truly be blind. It is all due to Elder Shang Chen's oppression. Shameless. Such people deserve to be expelled. Zhang Xian's display of his cultivation caused the crowd, on both the spectator stand and the stage, to enter a frenzy. Everyone had thought all along that he is just a Pixue realm cultivator. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that he would be a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, a top-notch expert in Tianxian Kingdom. Witnessing the situation, Lu Xun's body froze and his face turned ghastly white. He had always prided himself on his superior talent that no one could match up to. Never once did he think that the fellow, whom he had been provoking, had already reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Furthermore, he wasn't even 20. Is he still a human? And I challenged such an expert to a duel? Is my brain damaged? Regardless of teaching my students or my own cultivation, I have been defeated utterly. The students vie for the honor of their teacher, while the teacher serves as the fortress of his students. The students and teacher in perfect complement. This is the model relationship. This is the level we hope to reach. Yang Shishur is incredible to be able to spot such a gem. Taking in the sight, the three master teachers stood up abruptly and their faces flushed with agitation. A student needs a good teacher, and a teacher needs good students. However, does being a good student or a good teacher refer to one's talent and cultivation? Nope, it refers to trust, solidarity, and responsibility. These students, right before their very eyes, are willing to give their all for Zhang Laoshi. On the other hand, Zhang Laoshi serves as their fortress. Regardless of the waves that come rushing toward them, he will be able to stand firm as their stronghold, providing them a sanctuary. This is what a teacher and student relationship should be like, truly the highest level of a teacher-student relationship. Yes, seeing how their teacher did not tell them to stop, granting them free reins and turning into a powerful fortress backing them instead, Zhao Yu excitedly turned around to face Lu Xun. Lu Laoshi, let's start. I accept your duel, but I will not take advantage of you, students. Let's go to the teacher dueling platform. Knowing that he was unable to avoid this duel, Lu Xun agreed candidly. There is a specialized stage for duels between students and teachers, and it is known as the teacher dueling platform. There, teachers will suppress their cultivation to lower themselves to the students' level and duel with them. Back then, the duel between Zheng Yang and Zhou Tian was held there. There's no need for us to fight on the teacher dueling platform. We'll do it here, and there's no need for you to suppress your cultivation. Yuan Tao smiled and stepped forward. Earlier, when he fought with Kong Jie, he appeared to be an ordinary underhanded fellow. However, after taking a single step forward, the air around him changed, and he seemed to be an entirely different person this moment. Even though his cultivation remained at the same Jushi realm advanced stage, his disposition had changed tremendously. This very moment, he seemed to be like a dragon soaring through the heavens. Brothers, I will be going first. Roaring, Yuan Tao charged toward Lu Xun. Without any moves or technique whatsoever, he simply charged frenziedly toward the latter. Can it be that he had hidden his cultivation as well? But that's impossible. Half a month ago, when he attended the entrance examinations, he very clearly had barely reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm primary stage. Being able to reach the advanced stage within such a short period of time is already an extremely scary feat. So how is it possible that he has hidden his cultivation? Even if he hadn't hidden his cultivation, it is impossible for him to be Jushi Realm advanced stage. We have been fooled by his delinquent outer appearance. Honestly speaking, even if Kong Jie was careless, it is impossible for an ordinary Jushi realm to expel him from the stage with a single fist. Upon seeing that Yuan Tao being the first to charge forth and sensing the change in his disposition, not feeling any fear despite facing a Pixue realm expert like Lu Xun, everyone burst into a commotion. Just earlier, when this fellow fought with Kong Jie, everyone thought that he doesn't possess any real capability. They thought that he is just a shameless and underhanded fellow. Yet, at this moment, they realized that that isn't the case. No matter what, Lu Laoshi is a Pixue realm expert. Even Dingli realm cultivators will be hesitant to face him, yet as a Jushi realm cultivator, he charged straight at him. Through this, it can be seen that there is more to him beneath the surface. Humph. Upon seeing that Yuan Tao was the first to charge toward him, Lu Xun's complexion darkened. He immediately sent a palm strike straight at the other party. In order not to cause any casualty, he only used 10% of his strength. Even so, given his strength as a Pishue realm pinnacle, that was more than enough to shatter stones and smash through tree trunks. However, not only did that strong might not hinder the movement of that fatty in any way upon hitting him squarely, it seemed to have incited the other party's hot-bloodedness. Yuan Tao squeezed his body together, placing his shoulders in front of his chest to maximize the impact of the charge. It was neither a mountain crush or a tree ram. It was just an ordinary charge reminiscent to that of the savage beasts. Pong! It sounded like the beat of a drum, and Lu Xun's face turned red. Under the impact, he retreated 2 steps backward. What? Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. Everyone knew that Lu Xun's cultivation had reached Pishue realm, but no one knew that he actually specialized more in the training of his physical body. Due to his obsession, he had his father, Master Lu Kim, replicate all books on the training of physical body in the kingdom's book collection vault and keep them at home. Just this by itself showed a lot about his physical body cultivation. As such, even though he could have easily dodged Yuan Tao's judge, he stood his ground. He thought that the student was just a fellow who possessed some brute strength. Not even in his dreams did he expect Yuan Tao's charge to be so fearsome. Despite his well-trained physical body, Yuan Tao's charge managed to flush his face red, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood from the force. If he were to suffer another few more of such charges, he would not need to think of battling any further. He managed to knock Lu Laosher back? This fellow is way too scary. The spectators were all cultivators. Even though they had no idea how strong Yuan Tao's charge really was, they could notice the change in Lu Laosher's complexion. They were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. For a Pishue realm pinnacle expert to be knocked back, how much strength does he possess? With such might, bodies of typical Dingli realm experts will probably be shattered. The student who was knocked out by Yuan Tao's fist previously, Kong Jie, happened to witness this sight right after he woke up. Greatly terrified, his face paled and he fainted once again. At the same time, he was thankful that the other party hadn't used this move against him. Otherwise, fainting would just be a small matter. He could have been crippled for life. Looks like I've underestimated you. Retreating 2 steps backward, Lu Xun immediately stabilized his breathing. Feeling a dull ache in his chest, he narrowed his eyes and glared coldly at the fatty before him. The disdain in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. Just from the other party's charge, he was able to tell that the lad before him possesses strength, physical durability, and defense far superior to his. That is to say, in a purely physical brawl, he will be able to easily kill a Dingli realm expert. When did Zhang Xian find such a freak? Hee, this isn't the only thing that you've underestimated. After a successful first attack, Yuan Tao chuckled lightly and charged forward once more. Seeing the other party use the same attack once more, Lu Xun became serious. With a slight flick of his hands, his zhenqi formed a sphere of energy before him. In an instant, the charging Yuan Tao, as though a fish sucked into a whirlpool, staggered 2 rounds before charging beside Lu Xun, not even grazing him in the slightest. Coiling dragon hands. It's coiling dragon hands. Someone from the crowd exclaimed. What's coiling dragon hands? Someone asked doubtfully. It's a long-lost battle technique. It's said that when one reaches a major accomplishment in the skill, he will be able to form a sphere of zhenqi outside of his body, warding off all attacks. I always thought that it was a legend, but to think that Lu Laosher is actually able to execute it. Those who were well aware of the skill were in disbelief. Warding off all attacks? Isn't the battle technique too overpowered? The one who asked previously was astonished. Being able to ward off all attacks means that even if one isn't able to triumph over his opponent, he will not lose either. Fearsome. At this moment, the crowd, who had been awed by Yuan Tao's strength previously, looked at Lu Xun with great respect. It is true that it is impossible for a useless person to wield great prestige. For Lu Xun to be able to create such an incredible reputation for himself in Hongtian Academy, he does indeed live up to his name. Indeed, The others nodded their heads in agreement. If he can ward off all attacks, doesn't that mean that he can't be wounded? Another person commented. All battle techniques have their own flaws. Even though the coiling dragon hands is an incredible skill, it isn't invincible. Rumor has it that as long as one focuses their strength at one point, such that the might at that point surpasses the strength the user displaying the skill possesses, one will be able to break the coiling dragon hands easily. That's to say, given that Lu Laoshi possesses around 45 ding of strength, one has to display a might exceeding 45 ding at a single point to overcome this move. As the person said so, he lifted his head to look at Zhao Ya and the others. Zhang Laoshi would be able to overcome this move easily, but I'm afraid it'll be hard for his students. Unless someone has managed to comprehend the weapon intent, which would allow them to overcome the Zhenqi sphere easily. But how is that possible for a group of Dantian Realm students? At this, he shook his head. Weapon intent, this is the level which all cultivators hope to achieve. Countless people viewed it as their ultimate goal and had strived for it. But even so, there isn't a single successful case in the entire Tianqian kingdom. If so, how can a student achieve such level? You're right. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. No matter what, these students are on Fighter 2 Dan cultivators. No matter how strong they are, how can their strength exceed a Pishue realm pinnacle expert? Even more so, how is it possible that any one of them have comprehended the weapon intent? It seems like the challenge is only a joke. With the invincible defense created by the coiling dragon hands, it is impossible for Lu Sun Laoshi to be defeated by them. Yuan Tao, I can't allow you to hog the spotlight. Allow me. Everyone was beginning to think that Zhang Xin's students would fail when a roar echoed. Zhang Yang stepped forward with large steps. Without any complex movements, the spear he held in his hands shot out as though a dancing dragon. Even though it was just a single simple move, within its simplicity contained the profound essence of a spear, making it impossible to dodge or withstand it. Woo! The spear was so quick that the air seemed to be unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, sounding as though it would shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Along with the piercing of the spear, Zhang Yang's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even though he only possessed the strength of a Fighter 2 Dan Dantian realm, it felt as though he had melded together as one with his spear, as though he was the spear, and the spear was him. Pong! The spear struck Lu Sun's Zhenqi sphere, and a sonic boom resounded across the entire field. Dang 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 dang. Lu Sun's face turned ghastly pale, and he retreated 4 steps backward. The coiling dragon hands had been broken. Spear intent? Is that spear intent? Wang Chao stood up abruptly. Chapter 222 Pummeling Lu Sun First Half. He was the most highly skilled spear user in the entire of Hongtian Academy. As far as he can remember, he had been training in the way of the spear. Day after day, year after year, he had long regarded the weapon as an essential part of himself. Even so, he is still a huge distance away from forging spear intent. He thought that such a state only exists in the faraway legends, and it is impossible for him to ever achieve it. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that he would see it on a teenage boy. Even though the spear intent he had forged is still in the most primitive and simple form, a far way off from its complete mature state, it is nevertheless a bud containing incredible potential. With sufficient time, it can ripen and grow into a gigantic tree. How did he do it? Previously, when Imo Xiao said that he is unable to compare up to Zheng Yang and admitted defeat, Wang Chao thought that it was a great humiliation to the Wang clan spearmanship. But now, upon seeing Zheng Yang's move, he realized that the Wang clan spearmanship is trash before it. This move that is infused with the spear intent cannot be countered by any other moves. In fact, even if he were the one facing it, he would be helpless. If Zheng Yang's cultivation were at the same level as him, he can definitely kill him with that single move. Can it be? Is this the move that father learned? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Wang Chao's mind. A while ago, his father, Wang Chong, spent an astronomical sum to learn a spear art, and after which, he had been secluding himself to comprehend spear intent. All along, Wang Chao had thought that no move would be worth this money, but after seeing Zheng Yang's stroke, 3 million was a small sum to pay for this move. Even if it cost 10 million, 20 million, or even all of their family fortune, it would be worth it. Before, the butler had said that the one who imparted his father the spear art was an apothecary, but he hadn't paid much heed to it then. However, upon seeing guild leader Ouyang and the other apothecaries here, claiming that they are here to watch Apothecary Zhang's duel, can it be that Zhang Xin Laoshe is him? Wang Chao's body swayed and blood welled up at the back of his throat, threatening to spurt at any moment. Zhang Laoshe can be considered as half a teacher to me since he has imparted this move to me. Next time, when you see him, you have to call him Grand Teacher or Grandpa. Shaking his head to toss aside this ridiculous thought, Wang Chao suddenly heard a powerful voice sounding beside him. Lifting his head to take a look, he saw his father walking toward him. Given the commotion that the teacher evaluation had caused, even Wang Chong couldn't resist his curiosity and came to take a look. Grand Teacher? Grandpa? Wang Chao's face turned pale and he was on the verge of tears. Not just him, the other spectators were also completely silent. Those who were aware of the coiling dragon hands were even more shocked, and if not for their self-control, they might have torn out their hair in frustration and disbelief. Even though they were unable to exactly recognize the spear intent in Zhang Yang's movement, just by the fact that he was able to break the coiling dragon hands with his spear showed that he has already reached such a state. A 16-year-old student comprehending weapon intent? How can there be such a ridiculous matter in the world? If so, how fearsome will his teacher who imparted him the art be? Looks like Imo Xiao didn't admit defeat for his friend's sake, but because he is truly not a match for him. Indeed, even Fighter 4 Dan cultivators will be unable to withstand such a move. What an incredible technique. Did it really come from Zhang Laoshe? Zhang Laoshe. Not only are his movement, leg, and fist techniques incredible, even his spear art is at the same level as well. All of the students were astonished. Just a few days and he has improved again. Imo Zhao's body shuddered. Looking at Zhang Xin, the desire in his eyes could no longer be curbed. A voice echoed in his heart. I must acknowledge him as my teacher. Damn it! Having his coiling dragon hands broken by Zhang Yang's spear, Lu Xun felt a suffocating sensation in his chest. A savage expression emerged on his face, and he let off a loud howl. He was about to charge forth to deal with the exhausted Zhang Yang when he suddenly heard a faint sound. Unknowingly, Lu Yang appeared beside him and his fist was headed straight for him. At that moment, Wang Ying also appeared in the air above him, and she had sent a kick straight at him. Sila. The punch and kick were so swift that it tore the air into half. Even before hitting its target, it instilled shiver into its target. The two moves may not be as powerful as the spear before, but even so, they shouldn't be underestimated. Even with Lu Xun's powerful physical body, he would incur significant injuries if he were to be struck by it. With an awful complexion, Lu Xun's body swayed, and as though a butterfly treading through the flowers, he retreated 2 steps. Battle technique, butterfly steps. As though a butterfly soaring between flowers, the move grants its user nimble and unreadable movements. Dodging the punch and the kick, Lu Xun prepared to launch a counterattack, but at that moment, he felt his entire body turn cold, as though he had been placed into an ice cavern. As his vision blurred, a ridiculously beautiful lady appeared in his sight. At the same time, a smooth and flawless hand reached straight for his chest. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. Even though he was astonished, as a Pishue realm pinnacle expert who had gone through hundreds of battles, he reacted without hesitation. He counterattacked with a palm strike immediately. Battle technique, Tower Overthrow Seal. It is said to possess the strength to topple towers and shake mountains. Boom. The Tower Overthrow Seal met the enemy's palm. Zhao Ya's body quivered briefly before being sent flying back. She was only a Dingli realm pinnacle cultivator. She was still far from matching a Pishue realm pinnacle expert like Lu Xun. However, Lu Xun didn't fare well either. The purine Zhenqi which Zhao Ye emitted contained the nature of extreme coldness, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He retreated 3 steps backward, but was unable to rid himself of the chill in his body. Furthermore, a surge of cold Zhenqi had invaded his meridians, making it impossible for him to neutralize it within a short period of time. 5 people and 6 attacks. Lu Xun had merely received a blow from each of them, but he retreated 11 steps. The crowd was left completely dumbfounded. That was Lu Xun Laoshi, the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy. Even though his cultivation wasn't unparalleled in the academy, there was nearly no Pixue realm cultivator who could match him. But just like that, he was forced back by a group of Fighter 2 Dan and Fighter 5 Dan students. If they had not witnessed it for themselves, they would have never believed it. So, this is the offensive collaboration formation that they had been working on? Zhang Xian knew that Zhaoye and the others had been secretly working on a collaboration formation, but he had never actually seen them execute it. Finally witnessing it now, Zhang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. Fine. Truthfully speaking, I have underestimated you brats. You do possess the qualifications to challenge me, Lu Xun declared as he stabilized his breathing. After having been forced to retreat continuously under the assault of a few juniors, he no longer dared to underestimate them. On the contrary, a grim expression had appeared on his face. I also think that we are qualified to challenge you. Actually, Lu Laoshi, by crossing blows with you, we have already vented the resentment in Zhang Laoshi's stead. How about this? Can we just consider it a draw? If we go on like this, we will only end up hurting each other. Yuan Tao chuckled as he stepped forward. Draw? Lu Xun harumphed coldly. Your attacks are indeed novel, and you have indeed managed to catch me off guard earlier. However, now that you've revealed all the tricks up your sleeves, there's nothing else for me to fear. What Lu Xun said rang true. Even though the attacks of the 5 weren't weak, they hadn't prepared enough moves to account for the entire duel. Each of them knew only a single powerful move, and it would have worked against ordinary Pixue realm cultivators. However, for a potential master teacher like Lu Xun, it was far from being sufficient. After all, both his eyes and comprehension of battle techniques were far from what the 5 could match. You're right. How about this, why don't I discuss the matter with them and admit defeat? Yuan Tao stepped forward as a look of conflict appeared on his face. When he came to just a few steps away from Lu Xun, his eyebrows shot up suddenly as he charged forward. The same trick? After the precedent with Kong Jie, Lu Xun was already guarded against this fellow. Upon seeing him charge forward, he harumphed coldly. Because I wasn't guarded against your charge for the first time, you managed to send me back 2 steps. But the second time, I easily warded off your charge with my coiling dragon hands. Yet, you still dare to use the same technique on me for the 3rd time. Aren't you underestimating me too much? A cold glint flashed across Lu Xun's eyes. Raising his hands, he prepared himself to ward off Yuan Tao's charge. However, before he even came into contact with the fellow abruptly stopped and hugged him. The change was too sudden and so unexpected that Lu Xun didn't have the time to react to it. Furthermore, it was unthinkable for one to hug another in the midst of a battle. Gotcha! In an instant, the fatty had Lu Xun completely in his grasp, having locked his arms around the other party's body tightly. For a teacher to be hugged by a student, Lu Xun's complexion looked extremely dark. With a twist of his body, he knocked at Yuan Tao. Pung! A dull thud. The force behind that knock was in no way inferior to his fist. Even an ordinary Pixue realm expert would be vomiting blood due to the impact of that blow. The body of the fatty that was wrapped around him jerked, but the grip didn't loosen in the least. He actually withstood such a powerful knock. His defense is incredible. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. No matter how foolish he could be, he immediately understood that the specialty of the fatty wasn't his charge, but his defense. To think that he had neglected this fact from the very start. Hurry up. Yuan Tao howled as he hugged Lu Xun tightly. Before he could even finish his words, a spear whistled and flew straight toward Lu Xun. Damn it! Sensing the fearsome might behind the spear, Lu Xun knew that he would be over if the spear were to hit him. Thus, he roared and his feet abruptly pushed against the ground. The powerful force against the ground pushed him, along with Yuan Tao, 3 chi above from the ground, dodging that fatal move. Come down. Even though he managed to dodge the Zhongyang spear, he wasn't able to evade Liu Yang's fist. With a cold harumph, a strike from the heaven's path fist art hit him straight in his back. Pooh! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. If this goes on, I might really lose to a bunch of youngsters. Lu Sun lifted his eyebrows and madness could be seen in his eyes. If I don't shake off this fatty quickly, I might really lose today. Even though Zhang Xian's 5 students were young and possessed weak cultivation, the battle technique they learned were simply too bizarre. Even a person with a powerful physical body like Lu Sun found it hard to take their blows. Let go. Roaring furiously, he sent his right elbow directly at Yuan Tao. This time, he used his full strength. With solely the strength of his physical body, he could even pierce through metal. Pung! The powerful elbow struck Yuan Tao squarely on his chest. Pooh! Yuan Tao's face turned red. Even though the pain clearly showed through his face, his grip didn't weaken in the least. At this moment, he seemed to have become a giant chain, sealing the opponent's body entirely, refusing to budge no matter how hard the opponent struggles. Not expecting that an elbow strike at his full force would not be able to shake him off, amidst Lu Sun's anger, he was taken aback as well. How is this a duel? It feels more like a fight to the death. In that moment of daze, a kick landed straight on his chest. At the same moment, a pair of white and flawless palms landed on his body as well. Pung pung. 2 crisp sounds echoed in the air. Lu Sun felt a dull pain in his chest before flying backward. Chapter 223 Pummeling Lu Sun's second half. After flying a dozen meters backward, he crashed violently onto the ground. The impact created a huge crater on the ground. Below him, Yuan Tao suffered nearly 80% of the impact. But even so, he hadn't loosened his grip in the slightest, locking the ladder firmly in place. What kind of fighting style is that? Does he have a dying wish? He'll really die like this. He won't. He has an extraordinary defense, and even given Lu Sun Laoshir's strength, it would take a significant amount of time to shake him away. Clearly, Zhao Ye and the others wouldn't grant him that amount of time. Seeing how Yuan Tao firmly held onto Lu Sun Laoshir, not even budging in the least as if he cared not about dying, everyone's mouth twitched. It is just a duel. Is there a need to go so far? At this rate, if Lu Sun were to go on a rampage, he might really get beaten to death. Pung pung pung. While everyone was overwhelmed by shock, Lu Sun didn't remain idle. Using his elbow, he struck Yuan Tao's chest repeatedly, and every single strike held astonishing might. Under the barrage of attacks, Yuan Tao's face grew increasingly pale. Even though he possesses the Emperor bloodline, he had only activated a tenth of it. While he had no problem warding off the attacks of Dingli realm cultivators easily, it was clearly insufficient for him to do the same for Lu Sun, who was strong even among Pishue realm pinnacle experts. Hurry up. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yuan Tao hissed through gritted teeth. Boom. Right afterward, a spear shot into view midair. Having missed his previous strike, Zhang Yang had placed all of his strength into this blow. Executing the strength of the Heaven's Path spear art to the limits of his ability, under the augmentation of spear intent, the spear shot straight toward Lu Sun as though a shooting star. Damn it! Facing the spear, Lu Sun narrowed his eyes and hurriedly backed away. Even so, the spear managed to inflict a wound on his chest, leaving a trail of red blood sailing in midair. You aren't going to escape. Shortly, a blurred figure appeared before Lu Sun. With a flip of her palm, it felt as though the heavens was crushing down. Battle technique, falling heavens. The descent of the palm induces terror in all. Of Zhang Xian's students, the one with the best circumstances for cultivation wasn't Wang Ying. It was Zhao Ye. Her father was the city lord of Baiyu City, and his position was only inferior to that of Emperor Shinjue in the entire Tianqian kingdom. All kinds of battle techniques and resources were at her disposal, and this falling heavens was one of the strongest techniques in Baiyu City. Due to her insufficient cultivation, she was unable to practice it before. However, after her purine body was awakened and her strength reached Dingli realm pinnacle, she became much more powerful than even the ordinary teachers in the academy, allowing her to train and execute this move. As expected of a top-notch battle technique in Bayou City, even before the strike landed, a frigid air had already frozen the surroundings. Oomph! Held firmly by Yuan Tao, Lu Xun was unable to parry the move. Even so, he didn't panic. His zhengqi flurried, and he turned half around on the spot. As such, Yuan Tao stood between him and Zhao Ye, turning into the fatty into a meat shield for him. If Zhao Ye were to go ahead with that strike, falling heavens would definitely land on her comrade. Lu Xun Laoshi is, throwing aside his dignity, indeed, to be using the student as a meat shield, shameless. Actually, this shows that the few students exert a great amount of pressure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown aside his pride to do this. As a Pishue realm pinnacle expert, Lu Xun Laoshi is ranked at the first or second place among the elders in the academy. Yet, to be forced to such a state by 5 freshmen who have enrolled for just half a month? Scary. However, it will still be difficult for Zhao Ye and the others to win. With Yuan Tao serving as a meat shield, they will be hesitant to attack Lu Xun Laoshi. However, if Yuan Tao were to let go, Lu Laoshi, with his speed and movement technique, would be able to escape easily from their assault. The wiser experts saw through the crux of the problem. Previously, as Lu Laoshi still held considerations for his reputation, he hadn't resorted to his other means. However, now forced to a corner, he decided to use Yuan Tao as a meat shield. This leaves the other students at a loss of whether to strike him or not, thus causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position. Look, Zhao Ye isn't ceasing her attack. Everyone thought that the battle would end in a standstill when they noticed that Zhao Ye's falling heaven didn't slow in the least. It landed straight on Yuan Tao's body. As though striking a leather, there wasn't a loud impact. It seemed as if Zhao Ye had withdrawn her power at the very last moment, and the palm that had fallen on Yuan Tao's body was only an ordinary strike. Seems that she held back. Otherwise, Yuan Tao would have definitely collapsed from the simultaneous attacks from both in front and behind him, a person commented. However, right after that, another exclamation rang. Something is amiss. Look at Lu Xun Laoshi. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at Lu Laoshi. With a glance, their eyes narrowed. Right after Zhao Ye's palm landed on Yuan Tao, who was hugging Lu Laoshi, the latter shuddered and his face turned pale. Clearly, the strike that landed on Yuan Tao had struck him instead. It is the modification of falling heavens, descending heavens. City Lord Zhao Feng abruptly stood up, and his disbelief reflected in his eyes. Descending heavens can strike a person even at a distance. However, the skill is extremely difficult to practice, requiring one to undergo all kinds of pain. More importantly, one has to at least execute 100,000 palm strikes before he can grasp the skill. It has only been 4 days since Zhao Yu awakened her unique constitution. For her to be able to execute it, what kind of pain did she undergo in the past few days? Long-range attacks are difficult to grasp, even if one is talented. It requires relentless experimentation and practice. Even using the most conservative estimates, it would require one to at least practice at the skill at least 100,000 times. That was to say, she had practiced the skill over 100,000 times over the course of 4 days? What hardship did this daughter of his suffer in these 4 days? And what was it that made her persevere like this? After all, repeating such a boring and dull movement over and over again isn't easy, and back then, he had nearly given up himself, needless to say, a 16 to 17-year-old girl like her. It is all for victory, Yao Han exclaimed with reddened eyes. He had witnessed the hardship that his Xiaojia had gone through in the past few days personally. In the past, she wasn't serious in her cultivation, allowing her mind to wander during training. Otherwise, as the young mistress of a city lord, possessing countless profound battle techniques, cultivation techniques, and the guidance of experts at her disposal, even though she was affected by her purine body, it was impossible for her to still be a merely fighter one day despite having reached 16 years of age. Initially, he thought that Xiaojia wouldn't be able to persevere practicing such a difficult technique, but she managed to pull through. Her determination far exceeded his expectations. Victory? Yes. She wants to win for Zhang Laoshi. All of them don't want to lose. Don't want to lose? Turning his attention to the 5 students on the stage, he narrowed his eyes. As a city lord and an expert, he understood how difficult cultivation could get. How much hardship did the 5 children have to go through within half a month in order to be able to rival a star teacher, even forcing him to abandon his pride? What kind of magic does this Zhang Laoshe possess to be able to induce such change in Xiao Ye and forge such strong camaraderie among his students? City Lord Zhao Feng glanced at Zhang Laoshe, and respect for the latter reflected in his eyes. He understood his own daughter well. It was surely this Zhang Laoshe's credit for such changes to appear within her in just a short span of half a month. Furthermore, even though the formation Zhang Xian's students were using was rather crude, their teamwork could be said to be impeccable. Taking, for example, Zhao Ye's descending heavens, as she had yet to master the skill. If Yuan Tao were to resist in the very least, it was likely for the blow to have struck him instead of Lu Xun. To remain completely unguarded in the face of such a powerful technique, just how much trust did he have in the other party in order to be able to do so? The crowd was left completely dumbfounded, and the entire field went silent. On the other hand, Lu Xun, who was hiding behind Yuan Tao, was infuriated, and he was just a step away from going crazy. He thought that these fellows only had that single ace up their sleeves, and he never expected them to have done so much preparation in advance. Furthermore, they showed incredible tenacity and were willing to endure all pain for the sake of victory. Suppressing the frost in his body, Lu Xun retreated once more. Who? But before he could get away, another blurred figure appeared before him. Wang Ying. At this instant, the embarrassment she possessed during her fight with Du Lei was completely absent. On the contrary, she now carried unwavering determination. She sent a kick straight toward Lu Xun. With Wang Ying in front and Zhao Ye at the back, Lu Xun had nowhere to escape. Furiously driving the Zhenqi in his body, the muscles throughout his entire body tightened. Peng! Lu Xun felt a powerful force striking him on his chest. Once again, he was sent flying. The strength of the kick far surpassed his imagination. If not for having experienced it personally, he wouldn't have dared believe that such a powerful attack could come from such a gentle lady. No wonder Du Lei nearly died from her kick. This lass's leg technique is indeed astounding. Putong. Falling on the ground once more, Lu Xun felt a dull ache in his chest. Having received several blows consecutively, despite his powerful defense and overwhelming strength, he found himself about to cave in. Pooh! He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his face lightened by another shade. Initially, he thought that he could make a quick job out of these students, but to think that he would land in such a tragic state instead. Let go of me. The main reason why he had been suffering attacks after attacks without any chance of counterattack was Yuan Tao's grip. Lu Xun glared at Yuan Tao before roaring. He gathered Zhenqi on his head and crashed it forcefully onto Yuan Tao's head. Peng! As their heads crashed together, Yuan Tao felt faint-headed and fresh blood streamed from his forehead. Even though he possessed incredible defense, he was only able to endure the attacks up to the level of a Dingli realm expert. The other party had augmented his attack with Zhenqi, causing Yuan Tao to sustain a severe injury instantly. You wish to get rid of me? Dream on. I will never let go even if I were to die. Yuan Tao felt giddy and his face was dyed with crimson blood, but this only increased his determination. Roaring furiously, not only did he not release his grip, he even tightened it, making it difficult for Lu Xun to breathe. Damn it! Don't you fear death? If I were to continue banging your head like that, you will die. Seeing how the lad was reluctant to let go, Lu Xun seethed with rage. Given Lu Xun's powerful offense, if he were to continue knocking the other party like that, even though Yuan Tao's defense wasn't weak, he might really die. Does this fellow really not fear death? Lu Xun was astonished. He was considering whether he should really knock this fellow to death when a gust of wind cut through his skin, and a mighty force shot straight at him. The spear stopped right before his throat. Zhang Yang had been waiting for an opportunity all along. Upon noticing Lu Xun's momentary distraction, he dashed forward immediately and executed the Heaven's Path spear art augmented by spear intent. Within the blink of an eye, he was already before Lu Xun, prepared to pierce the other party's throat. The spear was like an arrow on the bowstring, ready to shoot through the other party's neck at any moment. Standing upright, Zheng Yang stared at Lu Xun with sharp eyes. Lu Laoshi, you've lost. Chapter 224. Call him uncle now. I've lost? It's too early to say that. Watching the spear right before his eyes, Lu Xun felt extremely humiliated. With a roar, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Not expecting that the other party himself would dash straight toward his spear, Zheng Yang was taken aback. He retracted his arm instinctively. With this action, Zheng Yang lost his advantage. Stepping against the ground, Lu Xun executed the illusory shadow's 9 celestial steps, forming multiple shadows at once. In the blink of an eye, he was already right before Zheng Yang, and he rammed his body against him. He was still hugged firmly by Yuan Tao, and his hands were locked, so he could only use this move. Pong. Pooh. He didn't expect that the other party would fight back even with the spear right before his neck. Unprepared for this, Zheng Yang was struck squarely and his face flushed. Crimson blood spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Too shameless. How can a star teacher of the academy behave like this? Damn it. Seeing how Lu Xun refused to admit defeat despite the clear outcome, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Unforgivable. Seeing how the teacher was shamelessly fighting back despite having clearly lost, even injuring Zheng Yang in the process, Zhao Ya's face turned red with anger. Her body flickered faintly. She appeared before Lu Xun. In the midst of doing so, her wrist snapped and a sword had appeared in her hands. She had learned swordsmanship from young, and because Lu Laoshi was at a numerical disadvantage, she chose not to wield it. However, upon witnessing the person whom she once respected commit such a shameless action, she could no longer hold herself back. Wong. The sword flew across the sky, and her movement was so incredibly light and graceful that the scene resembled a painting. Battle technique, sunset swordsmanship, as though rapidly flowing river beneath the setting sun. Her movements were fluid. Heh. With his arms locked firmly in place, Lu Xun harumphed coldly and sent a kick straight toward the sword. His reaction and the timing could be said to be impeccable. However, he had underestimated Yuan Tao, who was clutching onto him from behind. Seeing Zheng Yang get injured had triggered him, and he roared furiously. Get down here. His plump body had become as heavy as a boulder, pulling Lu Xun's rising body down forcefully. With this fall, not only did Lu Xun's kick miss Zhao Ya's sword, he lost his balance, and if things go wrong, he might even be pierced in the heart. Not expecting the abrupt change, Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. However, it was too late to do anything. Seeing that things were about to get fatal, a figure suddenly appeared between them and his fingers lightly flicked. Wong. A metallic sound resounded, and Zhao Ya lost grip over her sword. It flew out and stabbed into the ground not too far away. Teacher. Upon seeing her sword being blown away, Zhao Ya was about to fly into a rage when she saw the other party's features. She immediately clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. It was Zhang Xian. He could tell that both parties had reached the peak of their anger. If he didn't stop them, things would blow out of proportion. After disarming Zhao Ya, he walked toward Zheng Yang and infused Jinqi into him. He realized that the latter's injury wasn't severe and that he should be able to recover swiftly under the nourishment of pills. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and turn toward Yuan Tao. You should get down as well. Yes. Yuan Tao loosened his grip and fell to the floor. Even though the only thing he did throughout the battle was to hug Lu Xun, he had sustained the most severe injuries out of the 5. If not for the awakening of his emperor's bloodline, which grants him a significant boost in his defense, he would have long caved under the barrage of attacks and fainted. Teacher. After briefly adjusting their breathing, the 5 dragged their wearied bodies toward Zhang Xian. Even though they felt fatigued, their eyes were glowing with excitement. Even though they didn't think that they have won the duel, the results were unexpectedly good. After all, their opponent was a star teacher, and he ended up being done in good by them. No matter what, they still felt proud of themselves. They thought that by venting their teacher's frustration and showcasing their growth over the past half a month, they would be able to receive compliments. Yet, Zhang Laosher's expression was extremely dark and flames of anger were burning in his eyes. Teacher. Upon seeing him in such a state, Zhang Yang and the others were perplexed. Do you think that I should compliment you? Zhang Xian glared at them, and it felt as though a storm was brewing. The 5 of them scratched their heads. Since you intentionally hid it from me, I thought that you were practicing some powerful offensive collaboration formation. But tell me, what the hell is this toy? Zhang Xian roared furiously, and his face revealed his disappointment. Is formation not good? This is considered one of the top offensive collaboration formation in Tianqian Kingdom, alright? Upon hearing the reason behind his outrage, everyone was taken aback. Even taking the entire Tianqian Kingdom into account, this offensive collaboration formation was one of the top formations. After all, using this formation, a Fighter 5 Dan cultivator and 4 Fighter 2 Dan cultivators were able to rival a Pishue realm pinnacle expert, thus proving the strength of this formation. Yet, he wasn't happy with the results, even calling it a toy. Lu Sun, who had finally calmed down, felt stifled. Hearing those words, his injuries almost worsened, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Is there something wrong with you? This offensive collaboration formation nearly killed me, yet you aren't satisfied? Why? You don't agree with what I'm saying? Fine, then I will start explaining from the first move. When Yuan Tao charged toward Lu Laosher, if Zheng Yang was in this position and used the spear art which I taught, the prowess of your primary assault would be boosted by a single fold. Lu Yang, if you had attacked from here while squatting 3 CUN lower, it would be the blind hole of his vision, making it impossible for him to evade your strike. As for Zhao Ye and Wang Ying, are you all sleeping? If you were standing here, do you think he would be able to escape? Disregarding everyone's shock, Zhang Xian flung his sleeves and drew the offensive collaboration formation on the ground and highlighted a few points. Initially, Lu Sun was doubtful of Zhang Xian's words. However, after hearing his lecture, his face suddenly turned pale. The other party's words made perfect sense. If his students arranged themselves according to his positioning and struck at the same moment, even Lu Sun would be unable to dodge all of their attacks. At the very least, he would be struck by 3 attacks simultaneously. Just a blow from one of these little fellows was enough for him to spurt blood. He wouldn't be able to withstand 3 blows from them simultaneously, even if he were at his peak condition. Oblivious to Lu Sun's trembling body, Zhang Xian continued. Next, Yuan Tao grabbing onto Lu Laosher should have been a good opportunity. If Lu Yang had attacked here, Wang Ying delayed her attack by 3 breaths, and Zhao Ye didn't hesitate. Within the 7th breath, you all would have been able to seal his path of retreat. If so, would you all have gotten injured? Without a single injury, he would have admitted his defeat. The more Zhang Xian spoke, the angrier he became. These little fellows are truly toying around too much. Initially, he thought that they were practicing some kind of formidable formation, so he wasn't too worried. Yet, it turned out to be full of flaws. What the hell is this? You call this a formation? If only you had sought pointers from me beforehand, none of you all would have gotten injured today. Furthermore, you would have been able to completely pummel Lu Sun. He wouldn't have been able to retaliate at all, needless to say, refuse to admit defeat. Even more so, none of you would have gotten injured. This. Hearing the other party's explanation, Lu Sun felt his body turn cold. Other people may be unable to tell how accurate was Zhang Xian's pointers, but as a person who had personally experienced the formation, he was aware of how fearsome his words were. If his students had truly done it that way, the result would be as Zhang Xian said. None of them would be injured, and his face would be swollen from a one-sided beating. Can it be that Zhang Xian understands formations as well? A battle changes constantly at rapid speeds, yet he is able to see through the flaws in their formation with a single look and make the most accurate adjustments. Are you for real? How do you do that? Lu Sun's trembled in fear. He thought that those youngsters had complemented each other well in the battle. Yet Zhang Xian could point out so many flaws and problems in their collaboration. If they were to fill up these gaps, he, despite being a Pishue realm cultivator, would be helpless before them. In a truly powerful formation, 1 plus 1 equals to 3 or even 4. Yuan Tao was skilled in defense, so he played the role of the sturdiest shield. Zheng Yang was skilled in spearmanship, so he was the sharpest arrow. Zhao Yu was the core of the team, and she used all kinds of means to complement the others. Wang Ying possessed superior movement technique, so she was all around the field. Lu Yang's fists were invincible, so he struck when the opportunity arose. If by the previous formation, the 5 people were able to execute the strength of 7 or 8, going by Zhang Laosher's modification, they would be able to execute the strength of 20. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would find it hard to stand against such prowess. Needless to say, a Pishue realm pinnacle cultivator like him. Fearsome. Incredible. Even though he had merely spoken a few words, he had pointed out the very essence of the formation. Can it be that Zhang Laosher understands formations as well? Disbelief reflected in Lu Ling's eyes as he heard Zhang Xian's pointers to his students. Formation masters and apothecaries are 2 of the most esteemed occupations of the upper 9 paths. Both occupations require incredibly deep and profound knowledge, and becoming an official apothecary at such an age is already an incredible feat. Yet he possesses knowledge of formations as well? Do you understand all I've said? Oblivious to the shock and silence in the surroundings, Zhang Xian reprimanded his students and scanned their faces. Yes, the 5 of them lowered their heads in embarrassment. This formation originated from Zhaoya, and it was one of the top formations in Bayou City. She thought that it was a flawless and powerful formation, so never in her dreams did she think that it had so many loopholes. However, after Zhang Laosher's guidance and the experience they gained from fighting Lu Sun previously, they had already developed an in-depth understanding of the formation. They should feel much more familiar if they were to execute it once more. It's good that you understand. After lecturing them, Zhang Xian slowly walked back with his hands behind his back. Since you all understand the formation, go back and fight with Lu Laosher once more. He hasn't admitted defeat, right? Beat him until he admits defeat. Fight again? The 5 students staggered, and they nearly spurted blood at Zhang Xian's words. They thought that they were ruthless, but to think that Zhang Laosher topped them. You. Lu Sun's felt his vision turning gray. The heck? So in the end, it turns out that the reason why you ran in here, interrupted the fight, and offered them pointers isn't that you think that they didn't do well enough, but because you want to toy with me. Lu Sun stood up, and he was about to speak when a panicked voice suddenly echoed from afar. Master Zhang, please forgive this son of mine on my account. Turning around to take a look, he saw Master Zhang walking over. Father. Upon seeing the father, who usually stayed out of all his affairs, speaking up for him, Lu Sun clenched his fist and his face flushed. The reason why he left home was to prove to his father that even without him, he can create a place for himself. He didn't expect to be caught by him in such an embarrassing situation. You brat, kneel down. Looking at him with disappointment, Master Lu Chen pointed toward Zhang Xian and said, What are you waiting for? Call him your uncle now. Chapter 225. Senior call him uncle? At this moment, regardless of whether they were teacher or student, all of them felt strangled. For Lu Sun to call Zhang Xian uncle? Where does this logic come from? Am I hearing things? Master Lu Chun was the emperor's tutor, and if Lu Sun were to call him uncle, wouldn't Emperor Shen Jue have to do the same as well? Does this make any sense? Upon thinking of this, everyone turned their gazes toward Emperor Shen Jue, who was seated at the VIP area. As expected, his complexion seemed awful. For an emperor, as well as a middle-aged man in his 40s, to be considered as a junior to a lad who wasn't even in his 20s yet. No one can accept such a situation easily. Address him as, uncle? Lu Sun was on the verge of tears. What do you mean by that? He isn't even as old as me, not to mention, he is just a low-level teacher. Yet, I have to call him uncle? He felt so stifled that he had an urge to puke blood. Why? You can't bring yourself to say it? Master Zhang my peer, and I address him as my brother. How else should you address him if not uncle? Master Lu Chun slapped his son's head as he bellowed. What kind of son did he raise, to dare to pick a fight with his uncle? He truly is tired of living. It is fortunate that Master Zhang is magnanimous, Otherwise, he would have to lie in bed for the next few months. After an intense struggle within, Lu Sun still found himself unable to address Zhang Xian as an uncle. Lu Sun truly felt like crying at this instant. "You beast!" Master Lu Chun was so furious that his beard was blown up with a snort. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding his son, Zhang Laosher stopped him. "Enough, Brother Lu. It's normal for kids to have their times of folly. It's actually nothing much. You just have to teach them slowly in the future. It's not good to beat them up in public like that." Zhang Xian tried to persuade him. Honestly speaking, he wasn't too bothered by hierarchical protocols. However, he felt that he should spare Lu Sun's face on Master Lu Chen's account. Ever since his transcendence, Master Lu Chun had provided him with a significant amount of help. Otherwise, with how Lu Sun had provoked him time and time again, he would have long made mincemeat of him. "Yes, Brother Zhang is right." Master Lu Chun nodded his head. He hit his son on his head once more and said, "You beast, hurry up and thank Uncle Zhang for his magnanimity." Lu Sun was on the verge of going crazy. He turned to look at Zhang Xian with the urge to pull out his hair. "Brother, your identity sure changed quickly. It's normal for kids to have their times of folly. Who the heck are you saying is a kid? You're younger than me, yet you said those words so naturally. Where did your confidence come from?" He felt incredibly dismal and frustrated, but before his father, he didn't dare to say anything. On the other hand, someone had already fainted from the sight. It was his good friend, Wang Chao. Zhang Laosher was half a teacher to Wang Chong, which means even his father was a junior. If so, in terms of standing, he had to call Zheng Yang and the others as uncles. "Uncle Zhang." After a long moment of hesitation, Lu Sun spat through gritted teeth. Taking a deep breath, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he said, "You might have triumphed over me in the teacher evaluation, but it is impossible for you to become an apprentice of the 3 master teachers. It was all because of this fellow that he had embarrassed himself so greatly today." Even though he had addressed the other party as Uncle Zhang under his father's pressure, he didn't actually feel the slightest bit of respect for him. "Oh, why would my dear nephew say such words?" Zhang Xian looked at him doubtfully. "You." Knowing the other party had intentionally addressed him as dear nephew, Lu Sun felt his rage burst forth and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed and he spat through gritted teeth. To become an assistant master teacher, one has to be a certified star teacher or high-level teacher of the teacher guild. However, as a low-level teacher, you do not meet the requisites. A teacher can be divided into low-level teachers, high-level teachers, and star teachers. Those who manage to become an assistant master teacher are mostly star teachers, and even at the very least, high-level teachers. A mere low-level teacher doesn't meet the requirements. So what if the 3 master teachers have a high evaluation of you? As master teachers, they are expected to follow the rules. Zhang Xian was stunned. His previous self had always been a low-level teacher, and after his reincarnation, due to his brief time here, he hadn't had sufficient time to take the high-level teacher examination. It seemed that he had to look for an opportunity to take the examination. Otherwise, in his journey to become a master teacher, his status would become the greatest limiting factor. As the most prestigious occupation in the world, one can only become a master teacher by taking themselves forward step by step, with honesty. If someone were to find out that one had taken shortcuts, being humiliated with just a small affair, he could potentially lose all of the honor he had built up over the years. "Zhang Laosher, we meet once again." He was thinking about taking the examination when a familiar voice sounded. Turning around to take a look, he saw Elder Imo from the Teacher Guild. Unknowingly, he had walked over. So it's Elder Imo. Zhang Xian had a good impression of this Elder Imo. Upon realizing his mistake, he didn't side with his friends and instead proceeded over the matter with utmost fairness. If not for him, it would have been impossible for him to stand up against Shang Qian and Shang Bin at the Enlightenment Will trial. "Zhang Laosher, I'm truly sorry that a black sheep like Shang Chun had appeared among the teachers and brought you a ton of troubles. After I left that day, I reported the matter to the headquarters and a verdict has just been issued. We've kept you waiting for long." Elder Imo bowed. Oh, there's a verdict? Good. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Back then, in the Enlightenment trial, Elder Imo had only temporarily suspended Shang Qin's duties as the head of Education Bureau and Shang Bin Laoshir's license. A conclusive verdict wasn't passed out then. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that they weren't going to carry out any punishments, but to think that the issue had been reported up to the headquarters. The Teacher Guild headquarters is unimaginably far from Tianqian Kingdom. Even with the quickest communication tool, reporting the matter to a conferred kingdom and receiving a reply through warp portals will take at least half a month. I'll be announcing the verdict from the headquarters now. Elder Imo nodded his head, retrieved a scroll from his pocket, and unrolled it. Voila! A light gushed from the dueling ring straight into the heavens, illuminating all four directions. It's the Teacher Guild's guild letter. Guild letter? What's that? An emperor uses his imperial edict to relay his command and summons. The Teacher Guild, as one of the strongest power in the entire continent, has a similar object as well, and it is known as the guild letter. Usually, it is used to announce punishments toward teachers who flout rules or relay command from the elders of the guild. Once announced, the announcement will automatically be recorded in the books of the Teacher Guild. Thus, these records can be checked easily from any branch. To have allowed the Tianqian Kingdom's branch to use the guild letter, this shows how important they valued the matter. Naturally, intentional oppression of a genius who can potentially become a master teacher, it would be strange if the guild doesn't regard this matter seriously. Indeed, Shang Qin truly picked on the wrong person. He deserved it. Upon seeing the object, every single teacher, who was aware of the significance of the letter, was shocked greatly. The guild letter of the Teacher Guild was rarely used, and for it to be used on this occasion showed how importantly they regarded this affair. Walala! The moment the guild letter opened, all of the teachers, students, and even the three master teachers stood up respectfully. Tianqian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher Shang Qin, as the head of the Education Bureau, made use of his position to oppress another teacher, flouting the commandments of the guild. Thus, he will be stripped of his teaching license permanently. Amidst the brilliant light, an authoritative voice sounded. Puthong. Previously sitting amidst the crowd, Elder Shang Qin's face darkened, and he fell to the floor in despair. He had merely wanted to help his grandson vent his resentment, and he never expected for the matter to blow out of proportions. Being stripped of his teaching license meant that his identity and standing was completely destroyed. It was no different from being demoted from a noble to a peasant. Tianqian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher Shang Bin failed to unite his colleagues and act as a good role model. Thus, he will be stripped of his teaching license for 3 years. Teacher Chao Xiong incited the affair due to his envy. Thus, he will be permanently stripped of his teaching license, and no academy is to hire him. After which, the voice announced Shang Bin and Chao Xiong's punishments as well. Shang Bin, having been stripped of his teaching license for 3 years, meant that he would be unable to practice teaching for 3 years. At the very least, this meant that he could nevertheless return to the academy in 3 years' time. On the other hand, his grandfather, Shang Qin, and Chao Xiong had no such chance to redeem themselves. This was especially for Chao Xiong. For the academies to be banned from hiring him meant that he wasn't allowed to even serve as a cleaner in there. If a school were to be found to infringe on the ruling, the entire academy would be punished by the guild. Tianqian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy teacher Zhang Xian, as an earnest person, had tolerated humiliation in consideration for the reputation of the academy. At the same time, he has shown achievements in guiding others, making him a role model for teachers. Thus, he is promoted to a star teacher. Who? The voice from the guild letter came to an end, and the brilliance gradually faded from sight. So, does this mean that I'm now a star teacher? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. He thought that he would need to take the high-level teacher examination and think of a way to rise through the ranks, but from the looks of it, there was no need for it. A single paper from the Teacher Guild had settled his problem. Zhang Laoshir, congratulations. Stroking his beard, Elder Imo smiled at Zhang Xian. Thank you, Elder Imo, for going through such trouble. Zhang Xian bowed. He knew that Elder Imo must have contributed greatly to the verdict, and he was grateful to him for that. You're being too polite. I'm only here to announce the guild's verdict. so I won't be bothering you any further. Farewell." After which, he clasped his hands and left with a smile. His departure was followed by a moment of silence. Everyone turned to look at Lu Xun immediately. "Didn't you just say that the other party isn't qualified?" Right afterward, Elder Mo appeared and announced the Teacher Guild's verdict of promoting Zhang Laoshi to a star teacher. This face slap. Honestly, everyone can feel the sting. As expected, Lu Xun's face turned white, and it seemed like he was considering whether he should commit suicide on the spot. "Master Zhang, I have spoilt my son. I hope that you can be magnanimous and—" Witnessing the situation, Master Lu Chun shook his head. Initially, he hadn't intended to interfere in this matter, but he could not resist and eventually clasped his hands toward Zhang Xian. "Master Lu Chun, what are you saying?" Zhang Xian smiled. His rationality is just overwhelmed by his desire to become a master teacher's apprentice. I won't hold a grudge against him for that. "Thank you." Seeing that Zhang Xian had no intentions on pursuing the matter, Lu Chen bowed in gratitude. "There's no need for you to be so courteous." "And right." Zhang Xian turned to look at the three master teachers. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zhang Shi. Even though Lu Xun's recent performance isn't ideal, his ability as a teacher is indeed outstanding. You should consider him if you wish to accept an apprentice. Lu Xun was feeling so stifled when he heard Zhang Xian's words. His face immediately reddened and his eyes widened in shock. The reason why he had been competing with Zhang Xian was for the opportunity to become an apprentice of the three master teachers. Yet, even though Zhang Laoshi won the battle, why was he himself benefiting instead? Also, what's with your attitude? The other party is a master teacher. Speaking with such a tone, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Before he could recover from his shock, the three master teachers stepped forward and clasped their hands before Zhang Xian. "Senior." Chapter 226. A Godlike Man. Senior? Say, senior? Did Lu Shi and the others just call Zhang Xian their senior? He isn't even 20. On the other hand, the three master teachers are at minimum 60 or 70. Where is the logic? I've no idea, but, from the looks of it, the three master teachers don't seem to be feigning anything. Can Zhang Laoshi truly be that incredible? It was as though the crowd had been struck by lightning. Shocks came like waves today, crashing down on them one after another. They felt as though they were unable to keep up anymore, and their heart had reached their limits. Is he a senior to Lu Shi and his company? Can it be? Narrowing his eyes, Emperor Shinjue seemed to have thought of something as he shuddered. As the three master teachers had been residing in the palace, he had come into contact with them frequently and knew of their intentions. They had been trying to acknowledge Zhang Xian as their teacher, and given how they were addressing Zhang Xian as their senior now, no matter how foolish he was, it was impossible for him to not understand what was going on. Zhang Xian Laoshi is Yang Shi's student. Furthermore, he is a direct disciple. His breathing quickened. Yang Shi was able to help even the dying Xian Hong reach Zhongshi realm, showing the incredible capabilities he possessed. According to Lu Shi and the others' conjecture, he was likely to be at minimum a 3-star master teacher. Such incredible figures often come and go as they please. It was completely possible for him to vanish into thin air within a few days' time. But if Zhang Xian was his direct disciple, it would make things much easier. He could make use of Zhang Xian as a bridge to Taiyang Shi, to Tianqian Kingdom. Even if he were to be unable to bind such a superpower, Yang Shi and the others would also find it hard to reject him, given that their senior, Zhang Xian, hails from Tianqian Kingdom. If so, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom rises through the ranks. If he had thought previously that being a rank less senior than Zhang Xian was embarrassing, right now, his eyes were glowing and he regarded it as an honor. Given that Zhang Xian had managed to acknowledge Yang Xian as his teacher, it was just a matter of time before he becomes a master teacher. Putting aside calling him uncle, even calling him grandpa would be nothing much. As the sovereign of a country, he shouldered the responsibility over the entire kingdom in his hands. He had long learned to weigh matters in terms of cost and benefits. The so-called identity, seniority, and such were only mere methods of address to him. Besides, Lu Shi and the others were considered as peers with his grandfather, Shen Hong. Given that Zhang Xian was their senior, he was lucky to be able to get off with addressing Zhang Xian as his uncle. S. Senior? The three master teachers senior? While everyone was dumbfounded, Lu Sun stuttered in astonishment. The reason why he was so against Zhang Laoshi previous was that he was vying with him for the opportunity to come under the three master teachers' apprenticeship. Yet, not only was the other party unbothered, he actually turned out to be a senior to the three master teachers. In an instant, he felt as though he had been a clown. After such a huge farce, it emerged that the other party didn't care for what he had valued so highly. Just by revealing his identity, he could easily destroy him. Grandmaster Painter, an expert at the way of tea, official apothecary, given the number of apothecaries that had appeared in the academy, Wang Chao and him immediately knew of Zhang Xian's identity as an apothecary, the brother of his father, senior of the three master teachers. Just any single one of those identities was sufficiently imposing, but at this moment, it was all gathered on a seemingly unimpressive teacher. Shivering violently, he felt lost. He had always thought that he was a genius, and even without his father's help, he could make a name for himself. But now, he realized that his so-called talents meant nothing in comparison to the other party. Honestly speaking, this blow had caused him to doubt the purpose of life itself. He was feeling completely lost when he heard Lu Shi's voice echo by his ears. Lu Laoshi is indeed a rare talent. From back then, I had heard of his reputation in Beiwu Kingdom, and the reason why I came here was to welcome him as my apprentice. Since Senior has spoken on his behalf, Lu Sun, are you willing to become my apprentice? Lu Ling looked at Lu Sun with a smile. Even if he was unable to accept Zhang Xian as his apprentice, the trip would also have been worth it if he was able to recruit Lu Sun. Besides, his senior clearly intended to resolve the grudge, and he was glad to give him a hand. I'm willing. Awakening from his daze, Lu Sun's body froze in agitation. All of his hard work was for this. He thought that he would be doomed after losing the teacher evaluation, and never in his dreams did he expect that his wish would be fulfilled so abruptly. Yes. Zhang Xian. Oh no, Uncle Zhang. Teacher. Even though Lu Shi had said it in that manner, Lu Sun knew that his reputation only played a minor part. More importantly, it was due to Zhang Laoshi's recommendation. Despite me treating him like that, he was willing to recommend me to Lu Shi. What is this magnanimity? Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Sun's eyes turned red. This is the attitude that a teacher should have. Sooner, you must learn from Master Zhang. By the side, Lu Chun, who had witnessed the entire scene, commented. He had heard the entire matter from Huang Yu, and as such, he knew how much trouble this unfilial son of his had brought to Zhang Xian. Yet, the other party didn't say a word of criticism. On the other hand, he even helped him to become a master teacher's apprentice. Just his magnanimity showed that he was no ordinary person. Yes, Lu Sun nodded his head. Only at this moment did he realize how ridiculous his actions had been. While he was still thinking about how he should become an apprentice of the three master teachers, his rival had already become their senior. While he was thinking about becoming an official painter, the other party was already a grandmaster. While he was thinking about breaking through Pishuer realm, the other party was already at Tongxian realm pinnacle. That was the distance between them. Zhang Laoshi, I was foolish in the past and have offended you on multiple occasions. Please forgive me. It's all right as long as you are willing to change. I hope that you will learn properly under Lu Shi's guidance in future and quickly become a true master teacher. Seeing how the other party was willing to let bygones be bygones, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. In actual fact, he didn't hold much resentment toward this Lu Sun. Based on the memories belonging to his previous self, this fellow had taught numerous incredible students ever since entering the academy. He had practically no bad track records, and it was mainly due to his competitive nature and his desire to surpass his incredible father that he committed so many mistakes. Yes. Lu Sun nodded his head earnestly. Then, he turned to Lu Ling and asked, Lu Shi, may I beseech you on a matter? Feel free to speak. Lu Shi said as he stroked his beard. Seeing that Lu Sun was sincere in wanting to turn over a new leaf, he felt delighted as well. In order for me to win this battle, my students had consumed insane demon breakthrough pill, and there are likely to be heavy and detrimental side effects. I hope that Lu Shi can resolve this issue. Lu Sun knelt down. Teacher. Witnessing the situation, Zhu Hong and the others clenched their fists tightly and their eyes turned red. With the matter exposed, Lu Laoshir's reputation would definitely be affected greatly. Even so, for their future, he was willing to reveal it all in public. Just his consideration for his student itself was worthy of awe. Mo Xiao, who had thought of acknowledging Zhang Xian as his teacher previously, upon seeing Lu Laoshir's actions, felt touched. After contemplating over the matter for a while, he glanced at Lu Sun once more and made up his mind with a new resolve. While incredible teachers got to choose their students, talented students were also qualified to choose their own teachers. The reason why he wanted to acknowledge Zhang Xian was because Lu Laoshir's recent actions and performance were disappointing. However, upon seeing this, he realized that the formidable Lu Laoshir of the past, the number-star teacher of Hongtian Academy, was back. Only with a big heart can one surpass all odds. At that instant, the intention to come under Zhang Xian's tutelage disappeared. Insane demon breakthrough pill? That is one of the forbidden medicine which forcefully raises one's cultivation. Even though it can induce a rapid rise in cultivation, the remnant toxins of the pill will sink into one's meridians, causing one's cultivation speed to become increasingly slower. This will affect their future achievements. To have had them consume these things was equivalent to ruining the future of these kids. Lu Sun, you are truly foolish. Taken aback by Lu Sun's words, Lu Ling shook his head. Yes, I know that I was reckless. Lu Shi, I beg of you to help them. Lu Sun pleaded earnestly. He also knew the aftereffects of consuming the pill, but the humiliation he felt yesterday had blinded his judgment. His desire to win in this teacher evaluation had caused him to commit the mistake in a moment of folly. Insane demon breakthrough pill is a pill which forcefully drags out one's potential by tapping into his life force. My skills are still insufficient to treat such conditions. Lu Ling sighed. If the trauma from such medicine could be solved that easily, everyone would have bought one to hasten the growth of their cultivation. It was because there was no way to solve the trauma that it became a forbidden pill. Even as a master teacher, Lu Ling was helpless before the matter. You cannot treat it? Lu Sun's face turned pale. He thought that he could solve their problem once he became a master teacher, but now, it seemed that his thinking was too naive. If even Lu Shi was incapable of treating the trauma, didn't it mean that for his own selfish motive, he had ruined the lives of several students? Intense self-reproach struck at Lu Sun's conscience. All of you consumed the insane demon breakthrough pill? Zhang Yang heard the conversation clearly from the side. He rushed to the side of his good buddy hurriedly and questioned him anxiously. Yes. Mo Xiao nodded his head. You. Zhang Yang clenched his fists rightly. It was true that consuming the insane demon breakthrough pill would help one to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation within a short period of time, but climbing to greater heights in future would become immensely difficult. It was no different from pulling a seedling for it to grow faster. Having grown up with Mo Xiao, he knew that his buddy was as obsessed over strength as him. The other party would definitely be unable to bear the burden of watching his own cultivation slow down and eventually fall behind the others. Zhang Laoshi, I beg of you, please save Mo Xiao. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yang ran to Zhang Xian and knelt down. In his mind, Zhang Laoshi was omnipotent. Even if Lu Shi was helpless before the matter, Zhang Laoshi would definitely be able to do the impossible. Save him? Hearing the plea of his student, Zhang Xian nodded his head. All right. Back then, during the teacher evaluation, when Mo Xiao and the others executed their battle techniques, he was able to immediately identify their problems. The trauma left by the insane demon breakthrough pill is actually toxin that the medicine leaves in one's body. While 3-star or even 4-star master teachers would be helpless before the matter, Zhang Xian possessed the ability to treat them. The heaven's path Shenqi was clear and pure as though water. Regardless of how incredible those toxins were, by infusing his Zhenqi within, Zhang Xian would be able to easily flush them out. He was even able to suppress a seemingly sentient poison aura who was able to escape his assault. What challenge can mere pill toxins pose? You can save them? Hearing the other party agree to it so readily, Lu Shi and the others were taken aback. Without explaining anything, Zhang Xian had Mo Xiao come over. Grabbing his hands, he sent a surge of zhenqi into the other party's meridians. Soon, the toxins were all expelled. Sensing the change in his body, Mo Xiao was so agitated that his body trembled. After consuming the pill, he clearly felt something restraining his body from within, but at this instant, the inhibition disappeared completely. The shackles that limited his cultivation had disappeared completely. Thank you, Zhang Laoshi, for treating me. Knowing that the side effect of the insane demon breakthrough pill had been resolved, Mo Xiao immediately knelt to the ground in gratitude. It's treated already? Lu Ling could not believe what had happened. He walked over hurriedly and sent a surge of zhenqi into Mo Xiao's body. After taking a look within, his eyes widened. It's true. Zhang Laoshi had so casually resolved something, which he was helpless about, right before his eyes. What is that amazing capability? It is no wonder that he was able to catch Yang Shi's eyes and become their senior. His means are simply too incredible. Watching the sight, Lu Sun knelt before Zhang Xian and pleaded, Uncle Zhang, I beg of you to treat the others as well. This time, he had called out Uncle Zhang willingly and sincerely. It wouldn't take much of his effort to treat these few people. Zhang Xian nodded his head, and soon, the traumas of Lu Sun's 5 students were completely resolved. The only hassle that emerged was with Xu Hong. As he hadn't fought at all, there wasn't any book compiled on him. Thus, Zhang Xian had to have him execute a battle technique before he was able to pinpoint the locations of the toxins. Looking at the glowing faces of his students, Lu Sun felt truly impressed by Zhang Laoshi. In the world, there exists a kind of person who, even though you two started on the same footing, end up on completely different levels. They are beings which one can only look up to, with no hope of catching up with. Clearly, Zhang Laoshi is such a godlike person. Lu Sun was completely impressed with the other party and had decided to set him as his ultimate goal when he saw this godlike person looking at him with a wide grin. Lu Laoshi, do you still have any more of these insane demon breakthrough pill? Or, maybe you can tell me where you bought it? Can you buy a few for me? If it can raise one's cultivation by an entire realm so quickly, will eating more of it allow one's cultivation to soar several realms at once? Lu Sun, Lu Ling, and the others. Chapter 227. State of Insight. Of course, Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible. As an apothecary, he knew that no matter how incredible a medicine was, a person would gradually gain increasing immunity to it the more they consume. Needless to say, pills that raises one's cultivation. After treating their traumas and resolving the grudge between him and Lu Sun, he was finally done with everything here. Just as the teacher in charge was about to announce the start of the freshman tournament, countless students rushed to the stage suddenly, their eyes reddened with agitation. They stared at Zhang Xian fervently, as if they were voracious wolves looking at their prey. Zhang Laoshi, I hope to come under your tutelage. Will you accept me as your student? I beg of you, please accept me. Not only am I talented, I can help you pack your bed and do your housework. Actually, I've always revered you. Even if I can't become your student, I don't mind just listening into your classes. Teacher, my clan is rich. As long as you accept me as your student, money isn't a problem. Money your head. Scram. Do you think that Zhang Laoshi is a materialistic person? But Zhang Laoshi, if you really want, my clan is also rich, so please accept me as your student. His incredible performance in the teacher evaluation, as well as his ability to solve a problem which stumped the 3 master teachers, had sent all of the students here into a frenzy. They could no longer hold themselves back and charged forward in an attempt to acknowledge him as their teacher. In an instant, an uproar broke out in the dueling ring. All those doubts that they carried for Zhang Laoshi had disappeared without a trace. Countless students pushed one another to get nearer to Zhang Laoshi, afraid that to miss this opportunity. There were even a few who felt so regretful that they wanted to commit suicide. They felt that if they hadn't been so blind back then to listen to all sorts of rumors, they would have already become Zhang Laoshi's students. If they had acknowledged him at the very start of the school term, The ones who had shown on the stage wouldn't have been Zheng Yang and the others, but them. One has to know that Zheng Yang and the others were far from being at the top of the batch, and Yuan Tao was the very last in the cohort. But at this moment, even Yuan Tao was able to force Lu Laoshi back with his charge. The scene of how he forcefully restrained Lu Laoshi was still fresh in their mind, and the thought of it agitated them. From a student who had barely made it into the academy, to become an expert who can threaten even a Pishue realm expert within half a month. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, they would have never thought this to be possible. Zhang Xian was astounded as well. Clearly, he didn't expect that his actions would cause such a stir. Teacher has finally regained his prestige after that all he has gone through. Upon realizing what was happening, Zhao Ye and the others clenched their fists tightly. Ever since Lu Sun challenged Zhang Laoshi, they had been suffocated with anger and indignance. These emotions motivated them to work hard to bring honor and glory to their teacher, and now, they have finally done it. Zhang Laoshi's brilliance was finally being recognized. A special pride welled up within them. At that moment, it was as if they wanted to shout to the whole world proudly. Look, this is my teacher, Zhang Xian. I already have 5 students and I don't intend to accept any other students anytime soon. However, given how passionate all of you appear to be, how about this? I can conduct a lecture on the fundamentals of cultivation, and perhaps it would be useful. Knowing that he will die of fatigue if he were to accept so many students, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before coming up with an idea. Just these 5 students had caused him to almost go bankrupt. If he were to accept so many students at once, he probably wouldn't even have the money to eat. Zhang Laoshi is not accepting any students? But listening to his lecture is good as well. Finding out that Zhang Xian wasn't intending to accept any students, everyone felt disappointed initially. However, upon hearing that Zhang Xian would conduct a lecture for them, the glow on their faces returned. With the ability to induce such a rapid growth in Zheng Yang and the others, how can his lesson be anything ordinary? This lecture on the fundamentals of cultivation will be held tomorrow afternoon, the location right here. Those who wish to attend can come earlier, but for today, let's proceed with the freshman tournament. After addressing and calming down the crowd, Zhang Xian left the dueling ring. If he doesn't leave now, he might really end up eaten by those frenzied students. Besides, the freshman tournament should be the main show of the day. The teacher evaluation can only be considered as an appetizer, and he shouldn't steal the spotlight from the event. Right after he returned back to his classroom, the 3 master teachers followed in swiftly. Senior. The 3 of them clasped their hands. Please be seated. Actually, I have something that I'll need to trouble you with. Zhang Xian smiled. You're Yang Shi's direct disciple while we're only his students. As our senior, please feel free to give us instructions. It's no trouble at all. Lu Ling smiled awkwardly. Even as fellow students, a hierarchy exists. Direct disciples possess the highest standing, and other students have to address them as senior regardless of their cultivation realm or age. As juniors, it was only right for them to obey the commands of their seniors. It's like that. Seeing them agree to the matter so readily, Zhang Xian nodded his head and continued. You know that Yang Shi likes to travel about and rarely gets involved with worldly affairs. Even though he has accepted me as his direct disciple, he had only instructed me to study on my own and he hadn't officialized my identity in the records. Thus, I might need to trouble you 3 for my master teacher examination. The reason why he accepted them as his students was for this. Since it wasn't convenient for Yang Shi to bring the matter up, Zhang Xian could only bring it up himself. Oh, I was thinking what kind of matter it was. This isn't difficult. Lu Ling smiled. In order to take the master teacher examination, one has to be at least an assistant master teacher. Since Yang Shi has decided to retreat from the spotlight and it isn't suitable for him to reveal his identity, the 3 of us can do it in his place. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, retrieved a jade token, and passed it to Zhang Xian. This is an identity jade token with our aura in it. As long as you carry it with you, you will be recognized as an assistant master teacher whom we have tested and acknowledged. You just have to drip a drop of blood on it in order to claim ownership, and thereafter, No matter which master teacher pavilion you go to, you will be identified as our apprentice, thus giving you the qualifications to take the master teacher examination. Oh, this simple? Casually accepting the jade token, Zhang Xian found the situation unbelievable. He had always thought that it would be a complicated process, but to think that it would actually be so easy. It isn't difficult to become an assistant master teacher. As long as a master teacher recognizes you, all star teachers and high-level teachers are qualified to become an assistant master teacher. The true difficulty lies in meeting the prerequisites to become eligible for the master teacher examination. Lu Ling said, "Oh, then, what are these prerequisites?" After claiming ownership of the token, Zhang Xian kept the token and asked. There were no master teachers in Tianqian Kingdom, and there weren't any records of it in the kingdom's book collection vault either. Even though he had been impersonating a master teacher these few days, he had no idea what the prerequisites were, where he could undergo the examination and other such basic knowledge. There are some external and internal conditions one had to meet to be eligible for the master teacher examination. The external conditions are a recommendation from a master teacher, the identity of an assistant master teacher, and at least one supporting occupation. Lu Ling explained. Zhang Xian nodded his head. He had heard all of these before. As for the internal conditions, there are two of them. Lu Ling continued on. The conditions are reaching the state of insight of the heart of tranquil water and Tongxian realm cultivation. State of insight? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. He knew that the will of mind Tu Dan was heart of tranquil water, but he had never heard of the term state of insight. Lu Ling explained. The will of mind is something all cultivators and professionals in all occupations have to temper continuously. The heart of tranquil water is a terminology to refer to the level where one is able to control their mind, allowing them to focus their entire attention on a single task without any influence from external factors. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Lu Ling's words were true. It was precisely because Apothecary Chun Xiao, Apothecary Meng Yin, and the others had not reached such a level that their negative emotions affected the tranquil heart pill they forged, causing their pills to lose its original functions. There are two classifications to the heart of tranquil water. One relates more to master teachers, whereas the other is relevant to normal cultivators and professionals. The reason why there are two different classifications is simple. The heart of tranquil water that a master teacher has to achieve is different from what other occupations require. This is also the reason why master teachers are so highly respected. The other professionals and cultivators merely have to reach the level of complete tranquility, such that they are released from influence by any external or internal factors. On the other hand, the heart of tranquil water concerning a master teacher is about being able to peer into the essence and discerning truth from false. Discern truth from false, peer into the very essence? Indeed, if you find that hard to understand, let me put it this way. The heart of tranquil water that ordinary cultivators reach is known as the state of one. It is sufficient for them, as long as they are able to pour all of their attention into one matter without being distracted by any other factors. On the other hand, the heart of tranquil water relating to master teachers is known as the state of insight. It grants one the ability to peer into the order of a matter and determine the crux of a problem. That's to say, even though they are both at heart of tranquil water, the state which a master teacher reaches is different from that of ordinary humans. Only those who possess the state of insight of heart of tranquil water are eligible to take the master teacher examination. This is also why apothecary teachers, tea master teachers, formation master teachers, smithing teachers, and such aren't master teachers. With a supporting occupation, one is eligible to take the master teacher examination. Zhang Xian had been thinking that it was odd that Elder Tian didn't take the master teacher examination even though he was a tea master teacher in Beiwu Academy. It turned out that the crux of the problem laid here. Without the state of insight, one is ineligible. Then, how should one cultivate to reach the state of insight of the heart of tranquil water? Understanding the reason behind it, Zhang Xian asked, how to reach? Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Jing Fei glanced at one another before smiling. There's no way for one to cultivate that state. It's a talent. Those who possess the potential to become a master teacher, upon reaching heart of tranquil water, would reach the state of insight, granting them the ability to discern truth from false. This is similar to how apothecaries must have the physical constitution of wood element. Without talent, no matter how hard one cultivates, it is impossible to become a master teacher. To use an analogy, no matter how incredible a man is, it is impossible to him to bear children. Without talent, no matter how hard one trains, it will be in vain. Upon reaching the heart of tranquil water, one would be able to discern truth from false. Getting Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had already reached the heart of tranquil water, but why hadn't he gained such an ability? How does one differentiate between state of insight and state of one? Taking the simplest example, when watching a person execute a battle technique, a person who has reached state of insight would be able to instinctively analyze the logic behind the moves, arrange them, and infer the best way to cultivate to achieve the optimal effects. On the other hand, a person in the state of one is unable to do the same. Lu Ling continued, the reason why master teachers often choose star teachers to become their apprentice is because it is likely that they possess such a talent, for them to have students following them so willingly. Instinctively analyze the logic behind battle techniques? Zhang Xian's body shuddered. The heck, he has long attained the heart of tranquil water, but why hadn't he experienced such an occurrence? Could it be that he doesn't have the talent to become a master teacher? If that is the case, he is doomed. Chapter 228. Shouldn't toy with someone like that. Not too long after his reincarnation, after fusing the soul of his previous self with his own, Zhang Xian had reached the heart of tranquil water. All along, he had been depending on the library to look for flaws to determine the crux of the problem. He had never paid attention to his ability to discern truth from fiction. Could it be that his heart of tranquil water wasn't state of insight? If it wasn't the state of insight, he would be unable to take the master teacher examination. If so, what was the use of having such a powerful library? This couldn't be true. Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. But he soon thought of another possibility. Since the library would compile a book whenever he saw a battle technique, he would refer to it instinctively. With such a cheat code, no one would bother analyzing the logic behind the moves and their orders. Thus, it was still too early to say for sure. So, how do you check if a person possesses the state of insight or state of one? Zhang Xian asked upon thinking of this. Oh, actually that's simple. I have a stone of insight here. After holding it and adjusting one's state of mind to reach heart of tranquil water, if numbers appear on it, it means that you possess state of insight. Otherwise, it means you possess state of one. Lu Ling retrieved a green stone. There was a dense congregation of lines on it, making him feel dizzy upon seeing it. Of course, there are different levels to state of insight as well. The higher the number, the more talented one is. If your soul depth has reached 3, you are eligible to take the 1-star master teacher examination. Given how Senior has such outstanding results as a teacher and how you caught Yang Shi's eyes, you should have already reached 4 or above. This is something that the rest of us are unable to compete with even after we sap our potential dry. At this, Lu Ling and the others stared at Zhang Xian in admiration. The soul depth of one's state of insight determined the talent of a master teacher. The higher the value, the more one was able to peer into the essence of things, the higher the heights one could reach. The few of them had barely met the prerequisites for 1-star master teacher. Even though they had been training diligently throughout the years, they had already sapped their potential dry. Even if they reached Zongshi, it was hard to say whether their soul depth would reach a level that would allow them to be eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination. Given how the youngster before them managed to catch Yang Shi's eyes, he likely wielded incredible potential. In their view, his soul depth likely exceeded 3. This was precisely the reason why they were willing to call him senior. Can you give me this stone of insight? This stone is normally used by master teachers to ascertain one's standards when choosing an apprentice, similar to the strength measuring rock pillar. As such, I have a few of them here. If Senior wants to use it, feel free to take one. Lu Ling smiled. However, given Senior's age, you probably haven't reached heart of tranquil water yet. There's no need for you to panic. You can test it whenever you reach the state. Yeah. Taking hold of the stone of insight, Zhang Xian lowered his head to take a look at it. The lines on it were formed naturally. There were no signs of intentional chiseling or such. Somehow, it induced in him the sensation that it was capable of peering into the essence of everything. Right. Where can I take the master-teacher examination? Keeping hold of the stone of insight, Zhang Xian lifted his head and continued asking. The master-teacher examination is of course conducted at the master-teacher pavilion. The closest branch to Tianqian Kingdom is at Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom. There are 2-star master teachers there and a complete facility to conduct the test. In fact, you could even take the 2-star master teacher examination there. Lu Ling added, if Senior reaches Heart of Tranquil Water, you can head there and give it a try. As long as you meet all of the prerequisites, you can register for it. Great. Zhang Xian nodded his head. All right, Senior, if you have any other instructions, feel free to relay them to us. For now, we'll be taking leave. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ling and the others stood up and left. Seeing them leave, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and the stone of insight appeared in his palms once more. I should test it to see if I possess the state of insight of Heart of Tranquil Water. In this world, the master teachers possessed unparalleled prestige. Becoming one would allow Zhang Xian to operate much easier, and would also grant space for Zhang Xian to display the prowess of the Library of Heaven's Path. If he turned out to be lacking talent in that aspect, it would truly be regretful. Clutching the stone of insight with both hands, he adjusted his state of mind and entered the heart of tranquil water. In an instant, all emotions, including his anxiety, disappeared from him. This was the state that allowed one to rid themselves of their frustration and agitation, allowing one to analyze matters rationally. This was the state that countless cultivators dreamed of. Just that, to reach such a state, one had to be capable of directing all of their attention onto a single thing. Just by the fact that only the principal of the entire Hongtian Academy had reached such a state showed the difficulty of doing so. This was the exact reason why Shun Bairu nearly fainted from shock when she saw Zhang Xian reaching this state. Wang. Upon reaching the heart of tranquil water, the stone of insight in his hands shuddered and numbers slowly floated onto the surface. Upon seeing that something had appeared on the stone, Zhang Xian was relieved. Lu Ling had said that if one only possessed the state of one of the heart of tranquil water, numbers wouldn't appear on the stone. Thus, this meant that he possessed the state of insight. It was a huge relief. At least he still wielded the potential to become a master teacher. Just a while ago, he was still worried about how he wasn't able to see through the logic and order of the battle techniques of others with his own capabilities, and that maybe he didn't have such talent. Now, it seemed like he was just overthinking the matter. No matter what, he was an incredible existence who possessed the Library of Heaven's Path. How could he not even have the potential to become a mere 1-star master teacher? Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian glanced downward to look at the numbers on the stone of insight. If the value reached 3, Zhang Xian would be eligible to take the 1-star master teacher examination. Given his talent, he should be at least 4, 5, or even 6, 7, 8, 9. Otherwise, it would be unbefitting of his identity. He thought gleefully as the numbers on the stone of insight finally stopped swaying and appeared clearly before him. Just when he was happily dreaming about taking the master teacher examination and showcasing his overwhelming talent, Zhang Xian saw the numbers on it. In an instant, his eyeballs nearly popped out of his eyes. Are you for real? Zhang Xian's face twitched. He was on the verge of tears after seeing the results. He saw the numbers on the stone, 0, 1. You shouldn't toy with someone like that. According to Lu Ling's words, the average was around 3 or 4. As for the more incredible ones, they reached 5, 6, or even 7. Zhang Xian thought that even if he wasn't a genius, he should at least reach the borderline for taking the 1-star master teacher examination and obtain a value of 3. Yet, 0, 1, what the heck is this? Brother, is it even possible to go any lower than that? I don't believe it. On the verge of tears, Zhang Xian placed the stone of insight in his hands and tried once more. A moment later, staring at the 0, 0, 9 on the stone, Zhang Xian felt as though he had been slapped square on the face. The corners of his lips rapidly twitched. The heck, You really gave me a lower value. He had always thought that he was an unparalleled genius, a genius among geniuses, yet reality slapped him right in the face. Taking the master teacher examination with such a low soul depth, he would just be mocked. If he were to really go there now, he would be driven out in the next moment. I don't believe it. After trying it a few times, Zhang Xian finally accepted the fact that his soul depth was truly that low. Every time he tested it, his soul depth would be lowered by 0.01, to the point that it was only 0.05 now. The next time I meet Lu Ling and the others, I have to ask them if there's a technique to increase one's soul depth. Otherwise, with such a low soul depth, becoming a master teacher would be nothing but a dream. Suppressing the urge to pass out, Zhang Xian consoled himself. Right now, he could only pray that there was a secret technique to raising one's soul depth in the Master Teacher Pavilion. By then, he just had to make use of the Library of Heaven's Path, compile a Heaven's Path manual, and raise his state of insight value swiftly. Otherwise, given his current value, he wasn't even qualified to be considered a star teacher. Just when he was contemplating over what he should do about his low soul depth, he heard a knock on the door of the classroom. Is Zhang Xian Laoshe in? Emperor Xin Jue? Zhang Xian recognized the voice and said, "Feel free to enter." Creak. The doors opened and two men walked in. One of them was Emperor Xin Jue, while the other was a middle-aged man. He looked dashing, and if Zhang Xian looked closely, traces of Zhao Yu's features could be seen in him. Zhang Laoshe, this Zhao Yu's father, City Lord Zhao Feng. He specially made this trip here to thank you for the care and guidance you had shown to his daughter. Emperor Xin Jue spoke with a humble tone. Even though the other party wasn't a master teacher yet, he was Yang Shi's direct disciple, the senior of the three master teachers. Before such a person, even as the sovereign of the country, he didn't dare act impudently. Zhao Feng pays respect to Zhang Laoshe. City Lord Zhao Feng stepped forward and greeted Zhang Xian. Since you're Zhao Yu's father, there's no need to be so formal. Take a seat. Zhang Xian welcomed them. I've heard from Yao Han how Zhang Laoshe has taken care of my daughter for the past several days, and I am very grateful to you for that. I know that given Zhang Laoshe's identity and strength, you don't lack money. Thus, I had my men search the treasury and they found an enlightenment jade, so I want to give it to you as a show of gratitude. After exchanging some small talk, City Lord Zhao Feng handed something to him. Enlightenment jade? Upon seeing the object the other party handed him, Zhang Xian was perplexed. Enlightenment jade can be absorbed by a cultivator through touch, similar to spiritual energy. Not only can it restore one's expended soul depth, it can also slowly increase it. It is what master teachers use to cultivate their state of mind, and it is extremely valuable. Of the countless jade mines in my Bayou City, I only managed to find a single one, City Lord Zhao Feng explained. It can raise one's soul depth? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. His gift truly came at a timely moment. He was just perplexed over how he could raise his low soul depth when City Lord Zhao Feng suddenly sent this enlightenment jade his way. This was great. Such a valuable object. How can I accept this? Zhang Xian felt embarrassed. It was clear to see how valuable it was, given that there was only one of it in the entire Bayou City. Its value could not longer be measured using money. The other party probably spent a great deal of effort trying to find this. What is a single jade worth next to the favor Zhang Laoshe has bestowed upon my daughter? City Lord Zhao Feng said respectfully. Not only did he see through Zhao Yu's unique constitution, he even went all out to awaken it. The favor was so great that even though the enlightenment jade was valuable, it wasn't enough to repay the gratitude. Then, you have my thanks. Knowing that the other party sincerely wanted to gift this to him, it would be impolite for him to reject it. Furthermore, he had a use for it, so he nodded his head and accepted it. Zhao Yu is my student. Guiding her cultivation so that she can improve faster is part of my responsibilities. This isn't a trade, so I don't need your compensation. Zhang Xian continued, however, I do need the enlightenment jade. How about this? Zhao Yu has shown me the cultivation technique of your Bayou City before, and I'll write down a modified version for you. You can take this as the compensation for the enlightenment crystal. Cultivation technique? Modified version? Zhao Feng and Emperor Shenjue widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 229. Guiding Zhao Feng, every single cultivation technique that was passed on had been refined over and over again by the efforts of countless experts. Putting others aside, the white jade art had been passed down for no less than 300 years. Countless ancestors had used this skill as their cultivation technique, and if not for Zhao Ya's incompatibility with the skill as a lady, she would have cultivated this skill as well. After he started to sense the spiritual energy starting from age 4, he had come a long way, becoming the second most influential person in the kingdom now. The white jade art had accompanied him for 40 years, but he had never experienced any problems with it. Yet this Zhang Laoshe, who wasn't even in his 20s, said that he could modify it? Seriously? Modifying and bettering a cultivation technique required an in-depth understanding of cultivation. Only those who had reached Zhongshe realm were capable of doing so. Thus, upon hearing his words, City Lord Zhao Feng and Emperor Shenjue were a little doubtful. Even though old ancestor Shen Hong had reached Zhongshe realm, he was still unable to refine a cultivation technique that had been passed down for centuries. Yet, Zhang Xian said he could. Zhang Xian saw the doubt in the two of their eyes, but he didn't pay them any heed. Retrieving a paper and a brush, he started writing. The last time he passed a cultivation technique to Zhao Ya and the others, they also behaved in the same manner. He was already used to it by now. Not too long after, he finished jotting down a complete cultivation technique. Grabbing the paper, City Lord Zhao Feng lowered his head to take a look. It was indeed the cultivation technique he had been practicing, and Zhang Laoshe had edited a few portions of it. However, after looking at it, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Is there a problem with it? Emperor Shenjue couldn't help asking. Your Majesty, take a look. Zhao Feng handed the cultivation technique to him. Casually flipping through it, Shenjue was perplexed as well. I once got the old ancestor to take a look at your cultivation technique, and he commented that it was imposing and powerful. However, this modification erases the strengths of the technique, and there are even some conflicts between several portions. Can this really be cultivated? As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert and the sovereign of a country, Shenjue had access to profound cultivation technique manuals, so he was knowledgeable on such matters. At the very least, he was still able to see the strengths and weaknesses of a cultivation technique. If one were to cultivate according to the formula written, it would cause the zhenqi in their body to go into disarray and clash at several acupoints. At worst, one's cultivation might even go berserk. You'll know whether it is useful or not after trying to cultivating it. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Zhang Xian wasn't angry in the least. I believe Zhang Laoshe. After hesitating for a moment, City Lord Zhao nodded his head. Even though this white jade art was modified in an extremely bizarre manner, he trusted Zhang Laoshe. To be able to see through his daughter's purine body and induce such a massive improvement in all 5 of his students in just half a month, Zhang Xian's discerning ability and his knowledge on cultivation was clearly not something he could compare with. Upon thinking so, City Lord Zhao memorized the changes, sat on the floor with crossed legs, and started cultivating. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As he focused his mind, spiritual energy from the surroundings started surging to him and entered his body through his pores. The moment he started cultivating, his cultivation realm also became apparent. Tongxian realm advanced stage. Guguga. It didn't take long for the healthy glow on City Lord Zhao's face to turn pale. Trembling slightly, sweat streamed down his body. Upon seeing his state, Emperor Shenjue swiftly turned to look at Zhang Xian. Zhang Laoshe, has he cultivated incorrectly? Hastened breathing, unstable state of mind. These are the signs of one's cultivation going berserk. Usually when one cultivated, the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy into zhenqi should give a sense of comfort. Yet City Lord Zhao was trembling all over. It seemed as though he was losing control of his strength, and it was threatening to burst out of his body. Clearly, something was wrong. Unlike Jushi realm and Dantian realm, it wasn't a small affair if a Tongxian realm cultivator's cultivation went berserk. Even if one didn't die, at the very least, his cultivation would be destroyed completely. There wasn't any way of saving someone when it came to that point. Don't panic. If City Lord Zhao finds that something is amiss, he'll stop. Zhang Xian simply smiled calmly in response. Zhang Xian's words rang true. Having cultivated for several decades, he was no longer an amateur who would follow a teacher's words blindly. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would definitely stop. Understanding that, Emperor Shen Jue's worry lightened. Even so, his eyebrows were still furrowed. He had seen the modifications Zhang Laoshe made. The concept behind the modification went against the idea of the white jade art, and there were even a few clear conflicts between the two. Was it really fine, cultivating like this? It must be known that an illogical modification could result in death. Furthermore, wasn't City Lord Zhao being too rash? Even though Zhang Laoshe had modified it personally, he should have first checked the theories and verified it to be safe. If he cultivated it straight away in this manner, it was plausible that a problem might occur in his cultivation. Pooh! As he was thinking about that matter, City Lord Zhao's complexion suddenly turned even more awful, and unable to hold himself back, he spit out a mouthful of blood. City Lord Zhao. Upon seeing him spit blood, Emperor Shenjue immediately stood up to support him, but before he could even move toward the other party, Zhang Laoshe spoke up, "Don't be in such a hurry. First look at the blood he has spat out." Looking down, he saw that the blood on the ground was maroon, unlike from the normal crimson color of blood. A grim expression appeared on Emperor Shen Jue's face. Upon seeing this sight, it was clear that something was wrong. Just when he was hesitating about whether he should ask Zhang Laoshe about this problem, he suddenly saw City Lord Zhao furiously propelling all of the strength within his body. Boom! Along with the sound of a loud explosion, his aura abruptly grew stronger. Tongxian Realm. Pinnacle? He achieved a breakthrough? Emperor Shen Jue's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the cultivation technique Zhang Laoshe passed to City Lord Zhao was beneficial to him, allowing him to reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Even though it was just a small leap within a realm, being able to accomplish this feat in such a short period of time showed how impressive the modifications Zhang Laoshe had made to the cultivation technique were. This cultivation technique? Thinking that, Emperor Shen Jue reached over to pick up the cultivation technique written by Zhang Xian to analyze it. However, Zhang Xian beat him to it, and he casually threw it aside. Voila! The several pieces of paper fell into the fireplace not too far away and were reduced to ash. Emperor Shenjue grew even more confused. As the sovereign of a country, he had always prided himself on his superior wisdom. However, Zhang Laoshe's actions today had stumped him. He felt like a fool, utterly unable to understand the rationale behind the other party's actions. Zhang Laoshe said that he was going to modify City Lord Zhao's cultivation technique, but he gave him a clearly flawed modified version instead. In the end, such a cultivation technique allowed City Lord Zhao, who had been stuck at Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage for numerous years, to break through in a few moments. Since it was so effective, this cultivation technique should be extremely valuable. Yet, he threw it in the fireplace, burning it to ash. Since you modified the cultivation technique for the other party, your intention should be for him to cultivate it properly in the future. If so, why did you destroy it? As expected of Yang Shi's disciple. Incredible. In his perplexion, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Yang Shi. Honestly speaking, the actions of Yang Shi were even stranger, but they had extraordinary effects. As his direct disciple, Zhang Xian had inherited this quality of his. Thank you, Zhang Laoshe. As he was thinking that, City Lord Zhao Feng had already completed his cultivation. Looking at Zhang Laoshe once more, deep respect and admiration for the other party could be seen on his face. You understand it? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, I understand. City Lord Zhao nodded his head. Good, you may go now. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Okay. City Lord Zhao nodded his head and backed down. Surprisingly, he didn't mention the burnt secret manual at all. Seeing how peculiarly the two of them were acting and how incomprehensible their words were, Emperor Shenjue had no idea what he should start asking about. Thus, he stood up and bid farewell as well. Zhang Laoshe, I'll be taking my leave as well. After which, he hurriedly left. Walking out of the classroom, he saw City Lord Zhao looking at Zhang Laosher's classroom with admiring eyes. What happened? Emperor Xin Jue couldn't help asking. He was about to die from curiosity over the bizarre actions of the pair. Your Majesty saw the cultivation technique Zhang Laosher modified for me. What do you think of it? City Lord Zhao didn't reply to his question. Instead, he asked one of his own. I think that it's messy. I can't make heads or tails of it. Emperor Xin Jue spoke his mind after hesitating for a moment. Even though he had seen City Lord Zhao achieving a breakthrough through cultivating that technique, he still felt that the contents within were illogical. Something was amiss. Indeed, it is indeed a mess. In all honesty, Zhang Laosher did so intentionally. City Lord Zhao nodded. He intentionally modified it wrong? Emperor Xin Jue felt faint. You knew, but you still continued cultivating? An incorrect cultivation technique wasn't a joke. It was easy for one's cultivation technique to go berserk if one cultivated in the wrong manner. Yet, even though he knew it was wrong, he went ahead with it. What the heck was wrong with these two? Furthermore, if it was wrong, how did you reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? What in the world was going on? Chapter 230 Book of Heaven's Path First Half. Our Zhao clan's cultivation technique is grand and imposing. Your Majesty should be well aware of this. Upon seeing the confusion in the other party's eyes, City Lord Zhao Feng immediately explained the matter to him. Indeed. Emperor Xin Jue nodded his head. Actually, many years ago, the Zhao and Shen clan had worked together to establish the current Tianqian kingdom. The Shen clan had claimed supreme power over the country, whereas the Zhao clan claimed supreme wealth for themselves. As partners, the two clans had maintained an intimate relationship generation after generation, not even hiding their cultivation techniques from one another. Emperor Xin Jue had come into contact with Zhao clan's white jade art when he was younger, and as such, he was familiar with it. Due to the ferocious might of the technique, it wasn't suitable for a lady like Zhao Ye to cultivate. City Lord Zhao Ye continued, ever since the establishment of Tianqian Kingdom, my Zhao clan has been guarding the City of Jade, even naming it White Jade. As such, we have been in contact with Jade for generation after generation. Rationally speaking, given the complementary nature between humans and Jade, it should enhance one's training speed. Unfortunately, Jade has a cold attribute, which clashes with the warm nature of white jade art. While carrying a single jade or two isn't a problem, excessive contact could potentially cause a conflict between the energies and damage one's body. At first, you wouldn't notice it due to the slow accumulative nature. However, as the conflict continued on for a long period of time, it would slowly leave a unique trauma in your body. It would remain in your bloodline, inherited by one generation after another. This is also the reason why I have been stuck in Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage for countless years. The talent of City Lord Zhao Feng back then wasn't inferior to Zhao Ye's. Reaching Tongxian Realm in his 20s, his reputation as a young genius spread far and wide. However, it was a pity that he found himself at a bottleneck ever since he had reached Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage. A decade had passed, but he wasn't able to progress at all. Initially, he thought that he had sapped his potential dry. Yet, contrary to all of his expectations, it turned out to be a trauma passed down by his ancestors due to excessive contact with jade. Zhang Laosher recognized this problem and intentionally modified the white jade art erroneously so as to cause the energies in my body to go on a rampage and expel the cold air from my body. As such, the trauma in my body was expelled, and given the zhenqi which I have accumulated over the numerous years, I was able to achieve a breakthrough and reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Admiration gleamed in Zhao Feng's eyes as he spoke. To be able to deduce all of this just by looking at his cultivation technique and knowing that he came from Bayou City, it was clear that Zhang Laosher's understanding of cultivation techniques and cultivation wasn't inferior to a Zhongsher. Since the trauma is solved, then that cultivation technique? Emperor Xin Jue was still puzzled. Is Your Majesty curious why Zhang Laosher destroyed the modified cultivation technique? City Lord Zhao Feng chuckled. That cultivation technique is full of errors. The reason why he modified it in that manner is to treat the trauma within my body. Now that it has been removed, if I were to continue cultivating it, my cultivation might really go berserk. Thus, Zhang Laoshi destroyed it to indicate that I can forget about it, and that there is no need for me to continue cultivating the modified version. I get it now. Finally comprehending the situation, Emperor Shinjue was astonished by Zhang Xian's capability. Even though it sounded simple, accomplishing this feat wasn't easy at all. As a cultivation technique that had been passed down from several centuries, countless experts had worked on the white jade art. Just by modifying some of the Jinqi circulation methods, he was able to completely solve a trauma which had settled into the Zhao clan's bloodline for several generations. Even the three master teachers were probably incapable of such a feat. Your Majesty and Father, why are you both here? Suddenly, Zhao Yu's voice sounded. Then the several young men and ladies who had the spotlight on them for the day walked over. Oh, I am here to pay a visit to Zhang Laoshi. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Aren't you all participating in the freshman tournament as well? Why would you all? The duels before were classified under the teacher evaluation. To ascertain their ranks among the freshmen, they had to compete in the freshman tournament. Thus, Zhao Feng was surprised by their return when the tournament had yet to begin. Given our current state, who would want to compete with us? Zhao Yu gestured helplessly. Ah, that's true. Zhao Feng and Emperor Shenjue smiled wryly. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Yu, Yuan Tao, or the others, they were able to stand their ground against a Pishue realm expert. They could match up to even the weaker teachers, so which freshman would dare duel with them? They would probably admit their defeat immediately. Besides, given their current level of strength, achieving a victory in the freshman tournament wouldn't bring glory to them. As a result, they chose to withdraw from it instead. Right, Father. Have you met with Zhang Laoshi yet? Do you need me to introduce you to? Zhao Yu said. Seeing the two of them standing by the doorway, I've already met with Zhang Laoshi. At this point, Zhao Feng looked at his daughter. Little Yu, it's your fortune to be able to come under Zhang Laoshi's tutelage. You must listen to him obediently in the future. You mustn't throw tantrums like you did in the past. Yeah. Zhao Yu nodded her head. Also, given Zhang Laoshi's capabilities, it is unlikely that he will remain in Tianxin Kingdom for long. If he asks if you are willing to follow him, you must grab hold of the opportunity. Otherwise, you will regret it for your entire life. Zhao Feng emphasized the word regret strongly, and his high expectations for his daughter reflected in his eyes. Perhaps, the matter regarding saving your mother. He might be the only one who can do it. Yes. Zhao Yu clenched her fists tightly. I should first see how this enlightenment jade works. After the pair left, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the enlightenment jade in his hands. Logically speaking, as Zhang Xian possessed the library of Heaven's Path, he could easily see the flaws in the cultivation of others. Even if he didn't possess the state of insight of heart of tranquil water, it didn't affect him much. However, it was the prerequisite for one to take the master-teacher examination. It wasn't feasible for Zhang Xian to continue passing off as a master-teacher for long. It was analogous to driving without a license in his previous life. Even an experienced racer would have to keep his guard up at all times when on the road, fearful of getting nabbed. More importantly, the master-teacher pavilions of the world were known to have innumerable books. If he wanted to raise his strength swiftly, it was important for him to have this official identity so that he could access them. Absorb. Thinking so, Zhang Xian entered the state of mind to Dan once more, and he felt a cold sensation seeping into his body through his palms. Slowly, his expended soul depth recovered. It works. Sensing the change in his body, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Thus, he continued to immerse himself within the absorption of the enlightenment jade, greedily taking into the energy within it. Soon, he felt that his expended soul depth had finally recovered, reaching 0.1 once more. However, after reaching 0.1, he was unable to absorb any more from the enlightenment jade, as though he had reached his capacity. Looks like without a suitable technique to utilize along with this object is useless. Zhang Xian deduced that the object worked like one's cultivation. Even with the necessary resources raise one's cultivation, without a cultivation technique, it was impossible for one to achieve a breakthrough. Unable to absorb any further, Zhang Xian could only retreat from the heart of tranquil water. Spiritual energy and zhenqi worked just like flowing water. It would only travel downhill. If one wanted to reverse the situation, one had to utilize special methods, and practicing a cultivation technique was one of them. It was true that the enlightenment jade could raise one's soul depth, but without a suitable technique to pair with it, it was futile. Forget it. I'll just put aside for now until I find some books on it. I should first skim over the Golden Book. Knowing that worrying over this problem was useless, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the Golden Book in the Library of Heaven's Path. When his students stood up against Lu Sun to protect his reputation, the Golden Book abruptly appeared in the library. Now that he was finally done with his work, it was time to look into the matter. With a jolt of his mind, the book appeared before him. A new golden page had appeared in it. Whether it appears due to one's gratitude still needs some looking into. Just that, what is the use of this thing? Staring at the book intently, Zhang Xian was puzzled. The last time he was studying the book suddenly disappeared and he passed out. When he finally regained consciousness, all of the knowledge contained in the library assimilated with his mind, becoming his. Could this be the only use of this seemingly incredible-looking object? If it wasn't, there wasn't an instruction manual to it. The more he tried to examine it, the more confused he became. I should try using the Library of Heaven's Path to ascertain it. After staring at it for a long time, Zhang Xian was still unable to comprehend anything about it. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. He might not be able to tell anything about it just by looking at it, but the library could. Just like the poison aura from before, there didn't seem to be anything which this overpowered tool couldn't see the flaw of. However, the Golden Book existed in his mind. Even though he seemed like to be holding the book, it was actually an avatar of his spiritual consciousness. Since he wasn't coming into direct physical contact with it, he didn't know whether a book on it could be formed. Flaws. Clutching the book in his grasp, Zhang Xian thought. Looking around, there weren't any new books in sight. From the looks of it, spiritual contact didn't allow him to look into the flaws of an object. Seems like I can only use the brute force method then. After trying for a few times, Zhang Xian smiled wryly. Since that method didn't work, he could only write down his hypothesis and allow the library to ascertain them. Taking out an empty book, Zhang Xian lifted up his brush and started writing on it. The only use of the Golden Book is to assimilate the content contained within the library and turn them into the owners. Wang. A similar book appeared in his mind. Flipping through it, the flaw in his statement appeared. Assimilating knowledge is just one of its abilities. It isn't its only use. There really are other uses for it. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. How could a book generated by such an overpowered cheat code only have one use? There were indeed other uses to it. However, Zhang Xian would have to guess the uses of the page. The name of this book is Golden Book. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian continued writing. Soon, the flaws on the statement appeared in the compiled book. The name Golden Book is wrong. The name of the book is Book of Heaven's Path. Book of Heaven's Path? Such a domineering name. However, its name doesn't matter to me at all. I need to know its uses. Zhang Xian frowned. He already knew that assimilating the contents of the book into his knowledge was one of the uses, but the other uses eluded him. Can it create a cultivation technique that can raise one's soul depth? Just when he was pondering over what he should ask, a thought appeared in his mind. He had been worried over his soul depth for the entire day. Since the Book of Heaven's Path seemed to wield incredible abilities, could it create a cultivation technique that could raise his soul depth? As his thoughts was wandering about, before he could do anything, the book before him trembled violently before turning into a radiant burst of light, covering the entire library with its brilliance. This time, he didn't pass out. Soon, the light gradually faded and the library returned back to normal. Swiftly turning his vision to the Golden Book, just like before, the Golden Book was still there, but the empty golden page had disappeared once more. Could it be that it has really formed a cultivation technique that can raise my soul depth? The moment he was pondering if it could raise his soul depth, the golden page disappeared. Could there be a secret manual regarding the cultivation of soul depth in the library now? As he thought this, he immediately looked around anxiously. Chapter 231 Book of Heaven's Path Second Half. After searching for a long time, to Zhang Xian's disappointment, there wasn't any new book in the library, much less a soul-depth cultivation technique. Could I have wasted the golden page for nothing? Zhang Xian felt awkward. If that were truly the case, then Zhang Xian would have made a huge loss. Putting everything else aside, its ability of assimilating the contents of books into his knowledge was already an incredible one. Currently, he had all of the books in the kingdom's book collection vault in the library. If he could convert all of it into his knowledge, he would gain significant understanding and knowledge on the various occupations in the world. Yet, he wasted a golden page for nothing? Did it have to be that awful? Unwilling to give up at this, he continued searching around. However, he wasn't able to find the cultivation technique he was looking for. In the end, Zhang Xian could only retract his consciousness from the library gloomily. The moment his consciousness returned to his physical body, a commotion broke out around him. I don't think Zhang Laoshe is cultivating, but if he isn't cultivating, what can he be doing with his eyes tightly shut? Can it be that he's asleep? If he's cultivating, spiritual energy should gather in the surroundings. However, there isn't any disturbance in the spiritual energy around us now. If he isn't cultivating or sleeping, can it be that Zhang Laoshe? Zhang Laoshe, don't go. Before Zhang Xian could even speak, a fatty hugged him. Then he felt his head spinning. Don't go? Go your head. My consciousness just went into the library, and due to my focus in there, I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. Why do you make it sound as though I have passed away? Irritated, Zhang Xian nearly went on a rampage. Shut up. Bellowing loudly, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. Ah, Zhang Laoshe, you aren't dead? Great. I thought that you passed away in your sleep. Looking at Zhang Laoshe, whose face was gradually turning dark by the moment, Yuan Tao's voice slowly grew softer. When they entered the classroom, they saw Zhang Laoshe sitting on a chair with his eyes tightly shut, without the slightest bit of motion. Initially, they thought that he was resting, so they didn't pay it much heed. However, after a couple of minutes passed, they walked forward to wake Zhang Xian up. They even shouted into his ear, but after seeing that Zhang Xian didn't have any reaction, they panicked. They quickly rushed forward to examine his condition, resulting in the previous events. Just when he was about to teach the foul-mouthed Yuan Tao a lesson, Zheng Yang walked over. Teacher, Wang Chao Laoshe and Master Wang Chong have been waiting at the entrance of the classroom for a while now. Do you wish to meet them? Wang Chao, Wang Chong, allow them to enter. Zhang Xian gestured. Wang Chong has brought his unfilial son to seek for Zhang Laoshe's forgiveness. Upon entering, Wang Chong immediately greeted Zhang Xian humbly. Knowing that he was here to apologize for his son's deeds, Zhang Xian didn't say anything. Even though Wang Chao tried to humiliate him in public several times and his actions were detestable, he didn't overstep his moral boundaries and resort to unscrupulous means. Honestly speaking, he wasn't an evil person. The reason why he kept tripping Zhang Xian up was in consideration for his friend. Since Zhang Xian was able to forgive Lu Sun, forgiving this fellow wasn't a big deal. Initially, Wang Chao was still hostile toward Zhang Xian, but after hearing that the latter allowed Wang Chong to impart the Heaven's Path spear art to him, his entire body trembled in agitation. He had seen the strength of the Heaven's Path spear art for himself earlier. Ever since then, his heart had been itching for it. Upon hearing that he was given the permission to learn it, his resentment toward Zhang Laoshe turned into gratitude and admiration. After the duo left, Clan Head Wang Hong and Clan Head Bai Ming came to visit. Then, to Zhao Yuz and the others' dumbfounded faces, the principal, Elder Tian, guild leader Ouyang, shunned by Ru Laoshe, Han Xiong Laoshe. Due to the remote location of the classroom, rarely anyone came to this cramped classroom. But at this moment, it seemed to have become the core of the academy. All of the prestigious and powerful figures in Tianqian City all came to pay Zhang Xian a visit. Zhang Xian hated dealing with these matters, but as all of them had personally come to pay him a visit, it would be disrespectful for him to shut them out. As a result, he could only continue welcoming them one by one. To Zhang Xian's delight, they seemed to realize that he wasn't too fond of welcoming guests, so they took their leaves after chatting for a moment. Zhang Xian, are you leaving Hongtian Academy? His last guest, Shunbairu stayed for a while before asking. Initially, as the most beautiful woman of the academy and a talented teacher, it should have been impossible for her to be related to a horridly reputed, low-level teacher. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Xian suddenly rose through the ranks and, in a short span of 20 days, made a name for himself, even becoming the senior of the 3 master teachers. Given the great potential he wielded, a small place like the Hongtian Academy would be insufficient to house him. It was a matter of time before he left the country. Even though she understood that it was unavoidable, she couldn't help but feel slightly dejected. The duo were just colleagues, but this young man was the first one to pique her curiosity and attract her attention. She couldn't help but feel reluctant to part with him so soon. Yeah. Oblivious to the thoughts of the lady, Zhang Xian nodded his head. The reason why he continued staying in the academy was for his students. Now that they had grown up, he had received his qualifications as an assistant master teacher and reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. It was time for him to explore the world. Furthermore, he needed to deal with the poison aura in his body. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to carrying a ticking time bomb on him. He didn't want to die right before he could enjoy his new life in this world. Then, where are you headed? Beiwu Kingdom? Shunbairu asked, upon hearing the other party confirming her doubts. Even though she felt reluctant to part, she knew that the gap between her and this young genius would only grow wider as time went by. Even if she pursued him, they would still have to part eventually. In the end, they were worlds apart. No, I'm heading for Tianwu Kingdom, Zhang Xian said. It was likely for there to be a poison hall in the Red Lotus Ridge. Since he was leaving Tianxian to resolve the poison aura in his body, he should naturally first take a look there. Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom? That far? Shunbairu was taken aback. Even though the 2 countries are considered neighbors with one another on the map, they are actually tens of thousands of kilometers apart. How do you intend to head there? I am still thinking over the issue. Zhang Xian hesitated. Having looked through the atlases in the kingdom's book collection vault, he knew that the continent he was in was vast and boundless. The other party was right. Even though Tianwu and Tianxian were said to be countries close to one another, they were tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Even the fastest steed would require several months. In fact, if it wasn't for the distance separating Tianxian from the other countries, it would have been annexed by some of the more powerful states already. It couldn't have remained an independent entity as it was now. What is there to think about? You should just take the beast mount of the beast hall. Han Qiong stretched her back as she interjected with a smile. Beast hall? Beast mount? The beast hall, also known as the Beast Tamer Guild, is a place similar to the Apothecary Guild and the Blacksmith Guild. Founded by beast tamers, the aerial beasts they tamed, also known as beast mounts, serve as a means of transportation for humans. Possessing rapid speed, they are capable of traveling great distances swiftly. Even though Tianwu Kingdom is far from here, if you ride a beast mount, it would just be a few days away, Han Qiong said. Oh? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this similar to the airplane in his previous life? Han Qiong, don't spout nonsense. Shunbairu rolled her eyes. The beast mounts you spoke of are the fastest lightning mounts. Every single of those has strength in the Zhongshe realm, and there is only one of those in the entire beast hall. Only the highly esteemed master teachers or official beast tamers are qualified to ride them. Those that are available to normal people like us are, at best, capable of flying 3,000 kilometers per day. Yeah, Shunlaosher is right. Those lightning mounts aren't something that anyone can just ride. Even assistant master teachers aren't qualified to ride them. Han Qiong nodded, agreeing with Shunbairu. Zhang Xian felt that that was logical as well. If anyone could ride the best beast mounts, it wouldn't be a privilege anymore. As a result, he didn't dawdle on this issue and continued asking questions. Does Tianxian Kingdom have a beast hall? Even though Zhang Xian had seen the Apothecary Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and the Teacher Guild, he had never heard of the beast hall. Even though Zhang Xian had just transcended over, he had inherited the memories of his previous self. If there really was a beast hall here, there wasn't any reason why he wouldn't have heard of it. There is a beast hall, but it isn't in the capital. It's in the mountain ranges not too far away. Shunbairu chuckled lightly. You should be aware that savage beasts like to live carefree and unrestrained lives. As such, their natural habitat is the mountain forests. If the beast hall were to be built in the kingdom, with countless savage beasts running and flying about all day long, many people would be scared out of their wits. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded his head with understanding. Savage beasts were ferocious and wild in nature. If they were reared in small cages all day long, they wouldn't survive for long. This was also the reason why wild hares and boars were difficult to be domesticated. What? Do you want to try the beast hall? Do you need me to bring you there? I've been there a few times, and I know its location quite well. Also, I have quite a few acquaintances there, so there is a chance that I could get a good aerial savage beast for you. Han Xiong Laosher chuckled. Humph. Hearing the clear flirtatious tone her good friend spoke with, Shun Bai Ru frowned. Zhang Laosher, don't listen to her. If you wish to go to the beast hall, I can lead the way. I'll be troubling Shen Laosher then. Zhang Xian also found the flirtatious Han Laosher hard to deal with, so he chose to take Shen Laosher up on her offer. Compared to Han Laosher, he was much more comfortable with Shen Laosher. Besides, they were well acquainted with each other. All right. Shun Bai Ru nodded her head. So, when do we head out? I need to prepare in advance. I have a public lesson tomorrow. After that, I'll leave straight away. Zhang Xian said after contemplating for a moment. It was best for him to deal with the poison aura lingering in his body as soon as possible. Since he had already decided to leave, there was no need to stall. All right, I'll make some preparations then. Shen Laosher nodded her head and left with Han Xiong. The moment she left the classroom, she turned to look at Han Xiong. Han Laosher, it can't be that you're actually interested in Zhang Laosher? Me? Han Xiong gazed at her best friend with a suggestive grin. I should be the one asking that question, right? I was just trying you out to see how you would react. To think that you would immediately offer to go with him. Hee hee, this isn't what the great Ice Queen Shen of our academy would do. Shen Bai Ru blushed. I know that you're interested in him, and honestly speaking, I can understand why you would like him. However, Han Xiong shook her head grimly, and the light-hearted attitude she had just a moment ago disappeared. Despite his strength and potential, he was able to turn away from material gains and losses, tolerating humiliation for such a long period of time. As long as no mishaps happen to him, it is just a matter of time before he makes a name for himself. Such a person. We aren't worthy of him. Chapter 232. The confused Lu Sun oblivious to Shan Bai Ru's and Han Xiong's thoughts, Zhang Xian pinched his brows distressed. Whenever he thought about the things he had to take care of before his departure, deep circles would appear beneath his eyes. Zhang Laosher, don't abandon us. You are going to Tianwu Kingdom? Bring us along as well. We want to be with teacher. The ones speaking were Zhao Ya, Zhang Yang, and the other students. They had heard Zhang Xian's conversation with the other two teachers, and anticipation gleamed in their eyes. You want to follow me? Zhang Xian turned to look at them. You guys should reconsider. I'm heading to a higher-tier kingdom. There will be many experts there. Countless dangers lay in wait if you choose to make this journey, and the slightest mistake could potentially bring about your deaths. We understand. All 5 of them replied resolutely. In the fortnight they had been with Zhang Laosher, they had seen for themselves how he treated them sincerely and gave his all to raise their cultivation, not expecting anything in return. Their relationship had already surpassed that of the typical teacher and student relationship. There's no need for you guys to rush your decisions. I will give you all a night to contemplate. You guys can tell me tomorrow. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Honestly speaking, the affection his students had for him wasn't a one-way street. After teaching them for a fortnight, he had also slowly come to love them. He wanted them to think this over carefully before coming to a decision. He wanted them to make a decision out of their own will and not through peer pressure. Furthermore, even if he decided to bring them along, they would have to learn to fend for themselves. After all, there were some places where it wouldn't be safe for Zhang Xian to bring them, such as the Red Lotus Ridge where the poison hall was rumored to be. It was already difficult for Zhang Xian to guarantee his own safety, much less the safety of these kids. Zhang Laosher, There's no need for me to consider any further. You gave me everything I have. I will follow you everywhere, no matter where you go." Yuan Tao shook his head and knelt on the floor. Determination gleamed in his eyes. As an orphan, he had no access to cultivation resources whatsoever. Despite being the worst student in his batch, Zhang Laoshe nurtured him step by step, giving him the best cultivation technique, the best pills, and the best education. Only in this way did he achieve the strength he had now. As a result, there was no need for him to consider any longer. Wherever Zhang Laoshe went, he would follow him. "Zhang Laoshe, my thoughts are the same. I beg you not to chase us away. We are willing to serve as your students, and we will remain your students our entire lifetime." The second one to kneel down was the usually gentle and weak Wang Ying. "Zhang Laoshe, I beg you to bring us along." Then Zhaoya, Zheng Yang, and Lu Yang knelt down as well. Immovable faith could be seen in their eyes. His 5 students might have been young, but they had shown determination beyond their years. Even though Zhang Xian had lived 2 lives, he felt excited within. "I can bring all of you with me, but you won't be following me. I will have Lu Shi and the others bring you guys straight to Tianwu Royal City. After I'm done with my business, I will head over to look for you all." Zhang Xian said after hesitating for a moment. After he took care of the poison aura in his body, he would have to head to Tianwu City to try his hand at the master-teacher examination. With Lu Shi and the others looking after them, it should be much safer. "Thank you, teacher." Upon hearing that Zhang Xian was willing to take them with him, their eyes immediately reddened in excitement. They didn't know what kinds of repercussions their decision today would bring to the entire continent. Neither could they have imagined what kinds of levels and skills they would reach because of this. "All right, you guys should go back and make preparations. It's hard to tell how long we'll be away from Tianxin Kingdom, so remember to say your farewells properly." Zhang Xian gestured. "Right." The 5 of them nodded their heads before retreating from the classroom. After taking care of his students, Zhang Xian returned to his residence and met with Lu Ling and the others, back in his disguise as Yang Shi. When he spoke of his intention to leave, a dejected and disappointed expression appeared on their faces. After that, he had them take out their cultivation techniques and offered them some guidance on their cultivation. Eventually, Lu Ling managed to surpass his bottleneck and reach Zhongshe realm. Zheng Fei had just reached half Zhongshe not too long ago, so it was difficult for him to make the leap within a short period of time. On the other hand, Zhuang Xian had managed to improve significantly as well. As long as he continued building up his foundation, he should be able to try for Zhongshe realm within half a month. After entrusting that direct disciple of his to the care of the 3 master teachers, Yang Shi went to look for Sun Chong. "Old master, don't abandon me. I want to follow you." The moment Zhang Xian walked in, Sun Chong immediately knelt on the floor. Just like Yuan Tao, he didn't have any powerful backers. Before meeting with Zhang Xian, he was just an unimpressive merchant in Tianyu Commercial City. The one who had brought him respect and prestige was the man before him, and he felt gratitude and reluctance to part from him. "If you wish to follow me, look for Zhang Xian Laoshe at Hongtian Academy tomorrow, and serve him well. I will drop by from time to time when I'm free," Zhang Xian said. Even though Sun Chong had weak cultivation, he got things done. After becoming a master teacher, Zhang Xian would have to deal with significantly more problems. It would be convenient for him to have someone like Sun Chong resolve those miscellaneous issues. Furthermore, Sun Chong had been following Yang Shi, and he had proven his trustworthiness, thus making him suitable for the job. Yes. Upon hearing that the old master didn't intend to abandon him, Sun Chong immediately nodded his head with excitement. "Your cultivation is still a little too weak, so I created a cultivation technique for you. Cultivate properly. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll possess strength befitting your dignity." After handing him a secret manual, Zhang Xian said firmly, "Do not let me down. Old master, I will give it my all." Sun Chong replied seriously. The old master's words rang true. His greatest flaw was his cultivation. It was shameful for him to only be at Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm despite being the butler of a master teacher. He was done with his previous life. If he wanted to continue serving the old master, he had to build up his strength. Dismissed. By the time Zhang Xian was finished with the necessary instructions, the sky had already turned dark. As there would be a public lecture tomorrow morning, Zhang Xian chose to rest. As he slowly drifted off to sleep, the issue regarding the Book of Heaven's Path popped into his mind. The mysterious disappearance of the golden page bewildered him, but there wasn't anything he could do about it at this point. Lu Sun was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Lu clan, one of the four great clans. At 23 years old, he had already achieved a cultivation realm of Pishue realm primary stage. More importantly, his teacher was a one-star master teacher of Jinyang Kingdom, and he had an in-depth comprehension of cultivation. After studying abroad for 3 years, he rushed home, eager to see his family. Before the sun had even risen, he had arrived at the entrance to his clan's home. He was about to enter when he suddenly saw clan members sprinting out. "Hurry up, otherwise we'll be late." "Indeed, we should make haste. This is a good opportunity. If we miss it, we'll definitely regret it for our entire lives." Most of those who emerged from the gate were of the younger generation, but there were also a few who were in their 30s. They had a brush and book in their hands, and anxiety could be seen on their faces. What is everyone up to? Is someone causing trouble with our Lu clan? Upon seeing their expressions, Lu Sun frowned. Driving his zhenqi, he immediately surveyed his surroundings wearily. However, he soon abandoned that thought. If someone was causing trouble with the Lu clan, the upper echelons would definitely appear as well. More importantly, if they were going to pick a fight with someone, why would they bring their books and brushes along? Unless they were planning to fling ink into the faces of their enemies. "Cousin Lu Sun, you're back." During his bewilderment, a young lady suddenly walked next to him. This is... As cousins, he had grown up alongside Yuer. In the years that he was away, she was admitted into Hongtian Academy and came under Lu Sun Laosher's tutelage. A bright future stood before her. "Oh, Zhang Xian Laosher is about to conduct a public lecture. We're here to attend his lesson. Since you've returned, you might as well come along with us." Yuer chuckled. "Zhang Xian Laosher?" Lu Sun frowned. "The garbage teacher you mentioned in your letters? What's so good about his lecture?" Even though he had left Tianxian Kingdom for several years, the clan had been keeping him abreast of the matters occurring here. Zhang Xian's horrid reputation had spread far and wide, and even students several thousand kilometers away had heard of his name. "He isn't garbage. He is a true star teacher." Yuer tugged on his hand. "Hurry up, otherwise we won't be able to get any good seats." "Unable to get any good seats? He's conducting a lesson so early in the morning?" Lu Sun asked, baffled. "It's not a morning lecture, it's an afternoon one." "Afternoon?" Lu Sun nearly fainted from shock. "If it's an afternoon lecture, why are you all rushing there so eagerly when the day has barely started? What in the world are you doing?" "Just listen to me. We should hurry. I'll tell you about it when we're there." Yuer ushered him toward Hongtian Academy agitated. Seeing how flustered Yuer and the other clan members were, Lu Sun couldn't stifle his curiosity and followed along. These are the clan members of the Bai clan? A short distance away, they saw the group of people rushing to the academy as well. The group was significantly larger than theirs, and even some elders with white beards were among them. Their eyes glowed with anticipation, as though a huge treasure were awaiting them. With a single glance, Lu Sun recognized them as the members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans as well. "That is, clan head Bai Ming? He came as well?" Taking a quick look around, Lu Sun caught sight of a figure at the front of the crowd and he shuddered. It was clan head Bai Ming. To think that he was leading the group personally, and they were heading in the same direction too. "That is, clan head Wang Hong?" Before he could recover from his shock, another group appeared from around the corner. They were also heading to Hongtian Academy. He recognized the leader of the pack, clan head Wang Hong of the four great clans, Wang clan. Clan head Wang Hong was known for his haughty personality and his powerful cultivation. In fact, he could be considered as the de facto leader of the four great clans. But why was he also here? Furthermore, he had a brush and book in his hands. Du Miaoshuan of the Du clan? Du Yuan and all of the younger generation of the Du clan? A moment later, he saw clan members of the Du clan as well. Similar to everyone else, they were carrying a brush and book each as well, and they were charging toward Hongtian Academy excitedly as well. All of the 4 great clans were actually gathered at the same spot. Lu Xun felt the world spinning around him, and he nearly slipped and fell. What's going on? Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he turned to look at his cousin. They're all here for Zhang Laosher's lecture. Yuer replied. They're all here for the lecture? Could that Zhang Laosher be a master teacher? Lu Xun was stumped by her answer. Other than master teachers, there didn't seem to be anyone else who could possibly rally the clan heads of the 4 great clans to attend a lecture personally. He isn't a master teacher. Yuer shook her head. He isn't? Then, bewildered, Lu Xun was just about to ask why an ordinary teacher was able to rally so many people to attend his lecture when the girl's voice chimed once more. Even though he isn't a master teacher, he is a master teacher's senior. Chapter 233. Teacher Zhang, you're here, the senior of the master teachers? Not only did Lu Xun not understand what his cousin was saying, he even felt more bewildered now. He convulsed intensely, as though suffering from a stroke. As a student of a master teacher, he understood how prestigious a master teacher's standing was. Even the emperor of Tianxin Kingdom wouldn't dare to act arrogantly around a master teacher. With a single word, they could easily eradicate a country off the map. This was the might of a master teacher. And Zhang Xian was such a person's senior? Are you mistaken? When did such an impressive figure appear in Tianxin Kingdom? In an instant, he subconsciously assumed that the Zhang Xian everyone was talking about wasn't the same Zhang Xian he knew. One was a useless teacher, whereas the other one was the senior of the master teachers. Their standings were worlds apart, so how could they be the same person? While Lu Xun's thoughts wandered, he soon reached Hongtian Academy. The first thing that came into his sight was a massive crowd. Each of them had a brush and a notebook in their hands, and they were rushing to the sparring field excitedly. This is the famous lone adventurer, Songsong Swordsman, by Song? Is that swordsman Zhu Hongyi who dared to mock the entire world? Old Master Zhao, who was able to shake even the heavens with his saber? The single-armed Yi Tianxiong who instills fright in all? Are you sure? They are all here to listen to the lecture? Recognizing the famous figures in the crowd, Lu Xun's lips twitched and he nearly passed out from the shock. These were incredible figures whose names had spread throughout the whole of the Tianxin Kingdom for numerous years. His father, despite being the clan head of the Lu clan, would have to treat them with respect. In fact, even the emperor would find it hard to invite them to the royal palace. Yet, at this moment, they were all holding a brush and book in their hands, and it seemed as though they were waiting excitedly for something. What kind of public lecture was this? Indeed. Yuer nodded her head enthusiastically. Yesterday, Zhang Laosher said that he was going to talk about the fundamental knowledge of cultivation. As the news spread, figures like them appeared. Wait a moment, you're saying that it's just a lecture on fundamental knowledge? Lu Xun staggered and nearly face-planted. Lessons on fundamental knowledge revolved around how one could cultivate, how one gathered spiritual energy, how one utilized the spiritual energy absorbed to temper their body. This knowledge was only useful to those who were Fighter 2 Dan and below. Yet these elders, clan heads, and Tongxian realm experts had sprinted here. Why? Are you completely certain they are here to listen to a lecture on fundamental knowledge of cultivation, not to start a coup d'etat? Yes. I was close to the dueling ring when he spoke of it previously, so I heard his words loud and clear. Yuer nodded her head. Upon recalling the mighty image of Zhang Laosher yesterday, she couldn't help but feel thrilled for the lecture afterward. A bunch of Tongxian experts listening to a lecture on fundamental knowledge of cultivation? Why did Lu Xun find the sight incredulous? I knew it. We came too late. Just when he was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, he heard an exclamation from his cousin. Lifting his head to take a look, his eyes narrowed once more. The massive stands of Hongtian Academy, which could house up to 10,000 people, were already crowded with people. There were even a few who had mats laid out over the seats, and from the looks of it, they had been camping here since yesterday. Those who are at the very front are teachers of the academy? Seated at the very front were the teachers of Hongtian Academy. Even though they didn't set out mats on the ground to rest, Judging from the dew on their body, they had definitely waited here overnight. To think that he thought his cousin and the other clan members were making too much of a fuss by rushing to an afternoon lecture at daybreak. Never in his dreams did he expect the teachers of the academy to camp overnight at the stadium just for the lecture. There are no seats anymore. Looks like we'll have to stand. Yuer was on the verge of tears. A sea of people blocked their way. Other than the teachers and students of Hongtian Academy, all kinds of powers from Tianqian Royal City were also at the venue. If not for the fact that he knew that someone was going to conduct a lecture, he would have thought that someone was planning an uprising. Yuer, what kind of person is Elder Zhangxian? Lu Sun asked his cousin, forcefully suppressing his shock. At this point, his confused gaze had been replaced with a fiery one. Elder? Indeed. Lu Sun nodded his head. Even his teacher, as a one-star master teacher, would be unable to gather such a crowd for a lecture on fundamental knowledge of cultivation. Since this Zhang Laoshi was the senior of the master teachers, even if he wasn't a master teacher, he had to be advanced in age. There shouldn't be a mistake in addressing him with elder. Cough. Zhangxian Laoshi isn't even in his 20s yet. He is younger than you. Upon seeing Lu Sun's serious gaze, Yuer's face turned red. Not in his 20s? Lu Sun froze. Under 20. Yet, he was the senior of the master teachers, not to mention, making so many people willing wait an entire night just to listen to his public lecture. Lu Sun felt his horizons expand. Unable to hold it in any longer, he asked, Can you tell me the details of this Zhang Laoshi? Speaking of Zhang Laoshi, I have to begin from the teacher evaluation. Oh no, it should be the cultivation of a student of his going berserk. Before she could finish her words, a commotion stirred in front of them. Lifting their heads to take a look, they saw 3 elders walking over. Wherever they walked by, the crowd would immediately shuffle aside to give way to them. It's Beiwu Kingdom's Lu Shi and Zhuang Shi, also Hanwu Kingdom's Zheng Shi. Lu Sun immediately recognized the trio. As the student of a master teacher, he had the honor of meeting the 3 of them once. Back then, his teacher had treated them respectfully, claiming that he wasn't able to match up to them. To think that the 3 of them were at Tianqian Kingdom, and furthermore, could it be that they're here to listen to the lecture as well? The waves of shock had pounded him ever since his arrival at the Lu clan's gate and dumbfounded him. Indeed, Zhang Laoshi is the senior of the 3 master teachers. Yuer nodded her head. He is there. Lu Sun was on the verge of tears. Initially, he thought that he could brag about being the student of a master teacher after returning, but from the looks of it, his feats meant nothing at all. Despite not being in his 20s, that person was a star teacher, as well as the senior of the 3 master teachers. Exactly what kind of person was this Zhang Laoshi? By the time Zhang Xian woke up, it was already afternoon. Sun Chang had ordered the servants to prepare some food for him, so after eating well, Zhang Xian headed for the academy. Initially, he thought that there wouldn't be anyone since it wasn't time yet, but upon seeing the horde gathered there, he was stunned. As too many people had pleaded for Zhang Xian to admit them under his tutelage, Zhang Xian could only compromise and offhandedly agreed to hold a public lecture. He thought that only a few people would come. After all, it was just a lecture on the fundamental knowledge of cultivation, and it was only useful for those beneath Shunqi realm. Yet, what the hell was with this crowd? Excuse me, can you allow me to pass? After circling around the dueling ring, he wasn't able to find any openings for him to enter. As a result, he could only pat on the shoulder of a young man. Pass? You wish to cut in line? I arrived early in the morning to listen to Zhang Laoshi's lesson. Get to the end of the line. The young man waved him away impatiently. The young man was Lu Sun. Wasn't this fellow too brazen? He and his sister had been lining up since early morning, and even then, they were only able to squeeze into the outer perimeter. Yet, that fellow was telling him to allow him to pass. He must be kidding. Of all the people here, you just had to choose me to give way to you. Are you trying to bully me just because I've just returned? Furthermore, even if I allow you to pass, how far do you think you can get? Get to the back of the line? A bizarre expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Where did this fellow pop out from? Indeed, if you wanted to get good seats, You should have come earlier. Wanting to cut the line of others after coming at such a time. Brother, let me give you a warning. If you continue to try to squeeze your way in, you'll just be pummeled by the others, Lu Xun said seriously. After hearing about the details of Zhang Xian Laoshe from his cousin, Lu Xun's admiration for the former had soared to the high heavens. He finally understood why everyone had rushed here to listen to his lecture. Putting aside the fact he was the direct disciple of a master teacher whose rank was beyond that of 2-star, the Wundan Jushi realm students he had groomed from the start of the semester were able to fight squarely against a Pishue realm pinnacle expert just after half a month of lessons. This was an unimaginable feat. His lecture was indeed worthy of the arrival of all of these experts. Even if they weren't here to learn, it was a good opportunity for them to get close to him. If Yang Shi were to arrive on the spot personally, everything would be even more perfect. Honestly speaking, most of these Tongxian realm experts weren't interested in the lecture. They wanted to use this opportunity to get closer ties with Zhang Xian and, if possible, strike up a relationship with Yang Shi through Zhang Xian. After all, the words of a direct disciple were much more authoritative than a mere butler. Cough, rest assured. They won't beat me up. Upon realizing that the fellow didn't recognize him, Zhang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. They won't. Seeing that the other party didn't believe his words, Lu Xun was displeased. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but since you said so, I'll allow you to pass then. But if someone does beat you up later on, don't blame me for not warning you. Thank you. Upon seeing the young man before him opening up a space for him, he stepped forward. Just when he was about to proceed further ahead, a lady in front seemed to have noticed the commotion behind and turned around. Ah, Zhang Laoshe, you're here. The lady's face flushed in excitement. Sangsong swordsman dash literally translated to green pines. There is an idiom on how pines were green all year long, and it refers to an upright person. Chapter 234. Soul Depth Exceeding 3? Zhang Xian nodded his head and continued proceeding forward. The voice of the lady was sonorous and attracted the attention of many. The crowd immediately opened up a path for him. He is Zhang Laoshe? Seeing the young man he had just reprimanded walking toward the dueling ring, Lu Xun's mouth twitched. Didn't you say that Zhang Laoshe was nearing his 20s? Then why does he look so young? More importantly, given how massive the affair was, he should at least wear something more official. To be dressed in everyday attire which probably wasn't even worth a single gold coin. Aren't you too laid back? When Lu Xun recalled how he lectured the other party for cutting in line, tears threatened to stream down his cheek. If he wasn't allowed to enter, then what kind of lecture could they hear? The lecture of the wind? In any case, his embarrassment didn't last for long. Because Zhang Laoshe's lecture had begun, transmitting his voice via Zhenqi. Despite the huge crowd that had gathered here, everyone could hear every single word of his clearly as though it were spoken right next to their ears. Initially, Lu Xun didn't pay the lecture much heed. After all, he had been listening to a lecture of a master teacher for 3 years straight. However, as time went by, his face slowly flushed red and a bright gleam twinkled in his eyes. He felt as though every word was a tonic to his body. Even though Zhang Laoshe was only lecturing on the fundamentals of Jushi realm and Dantian realm, his every word was both profound and simple, and his words pointed straight to the essence of cultivating itself. Hearing his words, the zhenqi in one's body would be automatically triggered, and one couldn't help but cultivate along with his words. After a moment of driving one's zhenqi around one's body, one would feel a comfortable sensation slowly spreading across oneself. Then, the person's cultivation that had been stuck at the same level for an extremely long time would increase slightly. Even though it was only a slight increase, it was equivalent to several days of hard work. To think that a lecture on fundamentals could raise one's cultivation, if not for personally witnessing the sight, no one would think it possible. No other teacher of Hongtian Academy was capable of such a feat. Astonished, Lu Xun glanced at the others and realized that everyone was immersed in his lecture. Especially for those who were still at Jushi realm like you were, cultivating through the concepts that Zhang Xian spoke of seemed to have triggered the spiritual energy in the surroundings to gush into them. Every single one of them improved significantly. There were even a few who were already at the peak of their current realm breaking into the next one. Could this be the imparting of heavens well spoken of in legends? Lu Xun's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously clenched his fists tightly together. Legend told that when a high-tier master teacher lectured on content which aligned with the essence of cultivation, a special force field would be triggered. Within this force field, the listeners would subconsciously drive the zhenqi in their body according to the method spoken and unknowingly raise their cultivation. He had heard his teacher speak of this once, but even he was unable to achieve such a feat. In fact, it was said that even 4-star master teachers would find it hard to achieve such a feat, yet a star teacher who wasn't even in his 20s succeeded in doing so. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? There's no mistake. Even though this is the most simple form of it, this is imparting of heaven's will. In a state of disbelief, Lu Ling and the others abruptly stood up. Their eyes narrowed and their white as snow beards trembled. Imparting of heaven's will isn't a skill accessible to all master teachers. In order to trigger it, one has to fulfill 2 criteria. First, the content of one's lecture has to dive straight into the essence of cultivation, meaning there mustn't be the slightest error in one's words. Second, the lecturer must possess the state of insight of heart of tranquil water, and his soul depth must be at least 3. Zhuangshi's mouth was agape. Imparting of heaven's will was different from bewitching techniques. Rather than bewitching a person to cultivate, it was a result of the lecturer's words being aligned with the very essence of cultivation, thus triggering an intangible force in the world. The reason why master teachers were so esteemed was because of this ability of theirs. The heavens seemed to bend to their words, forming order around them. To trigger imparting of heaven's will, the lecturer needed more than an in-depth knowledge of cultivation. He needed to possess the state of insight, and his soul depth had to reach 3. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to enchant so many people with just his words. Could it be that he has already reached heart of tranquil water, and his soul depth has reached 3? The wide-eyed Jing Fei felt lightheaded. It was just yesterday that he spoke about soul depth to the other party, and it was clear that the other party was completely ignorant of the matter. In the blink of an eye, he achieved a breakthrough, and his soul depth even reached 3. Even though the basic requirement for taking the master teacher examination was 3, not everyone was able to reach such a level upon achieving the state of insight. Even when they first reached heart of tranquil water, they were only around 1. 5. They had to follow a master teacher and cultivate for several years before they slowly raised it to become qualified to take the master teacher examination. Yet this fellow only learned about it yesterday and broke through within the span of a day. Do you have to be that fast? The breakthroughs of the others were fraught with difficulty, as though ascending a towering mountain, yet yours was as simple as eating and drinking. His soul depth has reached 3, and he possesses the skills of a grandmaster painter and the title of 1-star apothecary. It seems like this senior of ours is already qualified to take the master teacher examination. Lu Ling said, agitated. Yesterday, he was still thinking that it would take a while before Zhang Xian would be qualified to take the master teacher examination. After all, the state of mind was a difficult hurdle to overcome. It required one accumulate countless experiences before being able to mature to that level. Never in his dreams did he expect that within a single night, not only did Zhang Xian achieve heart of tranquil water, his soul depth was even an astonishing 3. What is a genius? This is a genius. All of the incredible figures gathered here seemed to pale in comparison. It was no wonder he became the direct disciple of Yang Shi. His talent was truly nothing short of the word phenomenal. While they were shocked, the crowd in the stands was immersed in the lecture. Unknowingly, time passed swiftly and Zhang Xian stopped. Thank you, Zhang Laoshi, for your guidance. Recovering from the unique state, everyone knew that they had benefited greatly from the lecture, and one after another, they knelt to him in gratitude. From today onward, this Zhang Laoshi was half a teacher to them. This relationship was something that would remain in their memory for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, they would only be spat on by everyone for being ungrateful. Zhang Xian didn't expect that the effects of his lecture would be so extensive. This was completely different to how he had lectured Zhaoya and the others in the past. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he stepped down from the dueling ring. In the next instant, Lu Ling and the others immediately surrounded him. Senior, can you allow me to check your soul depth? Lu Ling trembled with excitement. Soul depth? Not expecting the other party to speak about this matter, embarrassment appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He wanted to disappear into thin air from the shame. Forget it. My soul depth is too low. I'd rather not embarrass myself in front of you all. If they knew his soul depth was 0.1, they would definitely laugh their heads off. It was better for him to not humiliate himself. Too low? The three master teachers swayed. A soul depth beyond 3 was low? Furthermore, what's with your embarrassed expression? Do you think that your soul depth of 3 isn't worth mentioning? The heck, any other master teacher apprentice would leap for joy if their soul depth turned out to be above 3. They would think they were a genius who only appeared once in a century and brag about it everywhere they went such that the entire world would know. Yet you are embarrassed. Senior, aren't you being too ambitious? To be able to induce imparting of heaven's will, your state of insight soul depth must be at least 3. If possible, I would like to see the value of senior's soul depth. Lu Ling commented, stifling the urge to spew blood. What is imparting of heaven's will? Zhang Xian blinked several times confused. Staggering, Lu Ling and the others were on the verge of tears. Truly, one man shouldn't be compared to another. Despite an entire lifetime of hard work, they were unable to induce imparting of heaven's will a single time. Yet this fellow had induced it unknowingly. Stifling the sensation in his chest, Zhuang Xian started explaining about it to Zhang Xian. The eyes of the young man before them slowly widened in disbelief. You're saying that my soul depth is at least 3? Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. When he tested his soul depth yesterday, it was only 0.1. Why would he suddenly possess a soul depth above 3? Indeed, senior. Have you not tested your soul depth after achieving Heart of Tranquil Water? Seeing the bewildered expression on their senior's face, Lu Ling and the others were speechless. Other people would be giving their all to brag about their successful breakthrough, yet this fellow was completely oblivious to it. Aren't you keeping too low a profile? Could it be the golden page? Ignoring their looks of admiration, a thought suddenly popped into Zhang Xian's mind. Yesterday, the golden page has disappeared mysteriously. Could it be that it had raised his soul depth without him knowing? This possibility was extremely high. After all, it was the Book of Heaven's Path. Since it could even assimilate the vast knowledge contained in the library into Zhang Xian's mind, raising Zhang Xian's soul depth shouldn't be an issue. As he thought this, he saw the looks of anticipation on the faces of the master teachers. So, with a flick of his wrist, he took out a stone of insight. Entering the heart of tranquil water, Wang, numbers appeared on the jade. Before he could even see it, Lu Ling and the others stared at him stupefied, as though they were staring at a monster. Senior, you're your soul depth. The three master teachers convulsed as though they were experiencing strokes. Chapter 235. Shinluo Mountain Range. Why? Upon seeing their stupefied expressions, Zhang Xian immediately lowered his head to take a look. With a single glance, he froze as well. Vivid numbers appeared on the jade. 5, 1. 5, 1. Zhang Xian finally understood the trauma the three master teachers were going through. Even he was feeling lightheaded with shock at this moment. He had tested it many times yesterday, and the highest he had ever reached was 0, 1. Why did it suddenly soar to 5, 1? Could it be that golden page has raised my soul depth by 5, 0? Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. His eyeballs were about to pop out onto the ground. He knew that the Book of Heaven's Path was incredible, but he couldn't have dreamt that it would be this amazing. What soul depth cultivation technique or enlightenment jade? They were all useless before it. Raising a person's soul depth by 5, 0 in an instant. Anyone who heard of it would die from shock. Having a soul depth of 3 qualifies you to take the 1-star Master Teacher examination. When it reaches 6, you can take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. To possess a soul depth of 5, 1 the moment you reach Heart of Tranquil Water, with a good soul depth cultivation technique, You will be eligible to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination in just a few years. Recovering from their shock, the faces of Lu Ling and the others flushed in agitation. When they had just reached heart of tranquil water, their soul depth was only 1.5. Yet this fellow before their eyes had a staggering 5.1 soul depth. With his talent, as long as he cultivated diligently, he would surpass them in just a few years' time. In fact, it was highly likely he would be able to become a 2-star Master Teacher before them. Indeed, one shouldn't compare geniuses with ordinary cultivators. Teacher. All of a sudden, Lu Sun walked through the crowd and up to them. He didn't attend Zhang Xian's lecture previously because he was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough and had to focus all of his attention into the matter. How are things? Upon seeing his appearance, Lu Ling and the others immediately turned their attention to him. Teacher told me yesterday that my competitive nature and excessive concern over climbing out of my father's shadow has impeded me from reaching heart of tranquil water. After contemplation, I came to a realization and made up with my father. After that, my state of mind started to rise slowly, and eventually, I managed to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Sun seemed to have recovered his confidence. All along, his state of mind had been stuck in a bottleneck, and for some reason unknown to him, he wasn't able to reach heart of tranquil water no matter how hard he tried. Initially, he attributed it to his lack of experience, but after Lu Shi's guidance, he realized that it was due to his obstinacy. He couldn't have imagined that it was his stiff relationship with his father that had stopped him from reaching higher heights. Reaching heart of tranquil water in his 20s, he probably broke the record of Tianxian Kingdom. All along the way, he was firmly restrained by Zhang Xian on all aspects, be it his cultivation, way of tea, or painting. Now that he had beat him in achieving heart of tranquil water first, he finally felt his confidence returning to him. Standing ramrod straight, Lu Sun wore a gentle smile. Have you checked it yet? What's your soul depth? Hearing that he had achieved a breakthrough, Lu Ling was delighted and hurriedly asked him on that matter. I've already checked it. Lu Sun chuckled softly. The exhilaration in his eyes was hard to conceal. Teacher said that if one achieves a soul depth exceeding that of 1.0 upon reaching heart of tranquil water, there is a 50% chance of him becoming a master teacher in the future. If it reaches 1.5, there is a 70% chance of him becoming a master teacher. My soul depth is... After pausing for a moment, he scanned their faces before revealing 1.8. Placing his hands behind his back, Lu Sun excitedly waited for the astonished looks on the 3 master teachers' faces. After all, his soul depth was higher than the 3 master teachers when they were younger. Yet, contrary to their expectations, they only replied with an "oh," and turned their attention back to Zhang Xian. Excitement could clearly be seen on their faces as they gazed at him intently. Upon seeing him being sidelined despite his outstanding results, Lu Sun felt dismayed. Logically speaking, shouldn't they rush up excitedly to gather around him upon hearing of his achievement and compliment him profusely? Why were they gathering around Zhang Laoshi instead? Perplexed, he turned to look at Zhang Xian and saw the stone of insight in his hand. With a single glance, he froze. 5.1. Upon seeing the number, Lu Sun convulsed violently and tears spilled forth from his eyes. The heck, aren't I embarrassing myself by coming to brag in front of you? To think that I was gleeful for so long over this matter. Xinluo mountain range was a vast mountainous region. Countless trees towered and savage beasts roamed freely amid them. Without sufficient strength, it was hard to travel through the mountain range. I've been on this road once, and it's well hidden. If you miss the turn and get lost, it will be difficult for you to find your way out of the forest. Xinbairu said with a smile as she led the way. Zhang Xian followed closely behind her. After Zhang Xian was done with the public lecture, he entrusted Zhao Ya and the others to the 3 master teachers and requested that they help him take them to Tianwu Royal City. Then, without much hesitation, he entered the Xinluo mountain range along with Xinbairu to look for the beast hall. Savage beasts ran wild here. Flora and fauna covered the paths. If not for Xinbairu, Zhang Xian thought that he would probably have lost his way and ended up wandering around the mountains. After 3 days of traveling, the two of them felt slightly drained. Isn't the beast hall hidden too deep in the mountain range? How do they survive like that? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Humans have many needs, such as socializing, food, medicine, and many other kinds of resources. Given how deep into the wilderness the beast hall was, it was inconvenient for them to purchase anything. There are aerial savage beasts in the beast hall. They could easily travel the distance we covered in 3 days in just an hour on their beast mounts. Xin Bairu shook her head. When she first followed someone else to the beast hall, the same question appeared in her head as well. Only after her arrival did she realize how ridiculous her concerns were. Besides, when you reach the beast hall, you will realize that it isn't too far from Beiwu Kingdom and Hanwu Kingdom. There are many people who travel to and from the beast hall every day, so they never suffer a shortage of resources, Shun Bairu continued. In the past few days, Zhang Xian had studied the maps of Tianxian Kingdom and the other surrounding kingdoms in the atlas from the kingdom's book collection vault, and he realized that they weren't too far from one another. If not for the presence of the Xinluo mountain range serving as a natural blockade, Tianxian Kingdom would have long descended into chaos. Given the numerous savage beasts in Xinluo Mountain, why don't the cultivators just tame 1 or 2 of them? Why do they have to go to the beast hall? There were numerous savage beasts in the mountain range, and the 2 of them had already met with several waves in the past 3 days. It was fortunate that Zhang Xian was a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, allowing him to defeat them easily. Since there were so many savage beasts in the mountains, the cultivators could just tame 1 or 2 for their own usage. Why did they have to go through the trouble of heading to the beast hall? I thought the same as well. Putting aside how the wild nature of the savage beasts make it hard to tame them, we haven't met a single aerial savage beast that could transport a human throughout our journey. Xin Bairu chuckled lightly. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. For an aerial savage beast to transport a human, it had to be significantly larger than a human. Although they had met with numerous savage beasts in the past 3 days of their journey, they were mostly landbound. As for the aerial savage beasts they chanced by, all of them were small in stature. Putting aside how rare these aerial savage beasts are, they are capable of escaping into the air if they find themselves at a disadvantage. As such, it isn't easy to catch hold of them. Of course, this isn't the most important factor. If you use strength to force it to submit, it is possible for it to feign obedience and sabotage you while you are riding it in the air. If so, aren't you putting yourself at risk? Xin Bairu explained. This, Zhang Xian cowered. If an aerial savage beast pretended to submit to a human and allow the person to ride it, it could simply flip in midair and the person would be a goner. The reason why beast tamers are respected and why the occupation ranks among the top of the upper 9 paths is because they can ensure guaranteed obedience from a savage beast, preventing such a situation from occurring. Otherwise, if a savage beast reneged on its words, it could prove dangerous. Even a Zhongshe realm expert would be doomed if it fell from a high altitude. As a result, if one didn't possess the handling of a beast tamer, it was best for one to avoid taming an aerial savage beast. Even if one were to successfully tame one, if it intended to harm said person, that person would be doomed. Just like master teachers, there are different tiers to a beast tamer. The higher the rank of a beast tamer, the stronger the savage beasts they can tame. Also, before becoming an official beast tamer, one has to be an apprentice beast tamer first. Xin Bairu explained, seeing Zhang Xian's lack of knowledge in the field. Actually, Han Xiong is an apprentice beast tamer. That's why she has some connections with the beast hall. The last time I came here was actually with her. Zhang Xian replied. There wasn't much information on the beast hall in the kingdom's book collection vault, but general knowledge was still in there. Actually, an apprentice beast tamer was similar to an apprentice apothecary in the sense that the latter had to study the medicinal properties of various herbs, whereas the former had to study the various types of savage beasts that existed in the world, their offensive abilities, habits. Only after obtaining an in-depth knowledge about the savage beasts would one have an opportunity to tame one. Otherwise, one might just die from underestimating the strength of a savage beast, let alone taming it. Most of the aggressive savage beasts tended to view humans with hostility. Let's hurry. We're just a day's journey away from the beast hall. After exchanging a few lines, Shun Bairu giggled and the two proceeded onward. Before they could walk far, they heard the rustling of bushes in front of them. Taking a closer look, it was a group of humans. There were roughly 7 or 8 people squatted in a circle, seemingly discussing something. Most of them were Pishue realm, and only a 27-year-old or so young man was at Dingley realm pinnacle. Despite being the weakest of the group, he seemed to be their leader. Every single movement of his felt grand. Who's there? Since Zhang Xian and Shun Bairu didn't try to hide their presence at all, the other party also noticed them as well. Bellowing, they immediately drew their weapons. Now that they were close to the Beast Hall, it wasn't surprising for them to meet other travelers. As a result, Shun Bairu didn't panic. Stepping forward, she said, "We came from Tianxin Kingdom and we're on our way to the Beast Hall. We just happened to pass by this area." "You two are going to the Beast Hall?" Upon seeing the beautiful Shun Bairu, the young man's eyes immediately lit up. Given Shun Bairu's reputation as the #1 beauty of Hongtian Academy, her looks were nothing to complain about. Even though spending the past 3 days in the wild had made her look slightly unkempt, her beauty still shone through. "We are also going to return to the Beast Hall soon after dealing with a problem. As long as you don't bother us, we can bring you two along with us." The young man extended his invitation. "There's no need for that. We can head there by ourselves." Shin Bairu shook her head and proceeded forward along with Zhang Xian. "Hold it right there. You two can't walk through here." They had barely walked 2 steps forward when the others bellowed in unison at them. Walala! The clanging of weapons being drawn resounded in the air. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.